We have to save our electricity because the power turns off for the entire country.
Oh, damn. Wait, so like
Yeah.
it like shuts off at a certain time?
Actually, you don't know when it's going to turn off, and you don't know when it's going to come on. It just comes on, turns off whenever. You know what I mean? There's no telling. That's the only thing I don't like about staying here, is the electricity goes on and off, and there's not really much you can do about it. So you got to go buy your own solar panels or gas generators to make sure you always have power.
Oh, no. That sucks.
Yeah, man. Third world country, bro.
Did you always live in Haiti or did you live somewhere else?
No, I used to live in well, I used to live in a lot of places in the United States. I was stationed when I was in the Marine Corps. I was stationed in 29 Palms, California, and then before I left, I was up in Sacramento area and read something. Uh, uh, I don't remember the name of it, but there's some city north of Sacramento that's called Red something. But yeah, like, and then before that, I was in like Chicago, and then I was in St. Louis area, and then I even
Okay.
was in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. So wait, so like what year did you move to Haiti?
Oh, like 8, 9 months ago.
Oh, damn, that's real recent.
Yeah,
So you,
but I was born in Haiti, so I left when I was like in third grade, whatever that is.
oh, okay. So then did you have like relatives in Haiti then? Is that why you went back or what made you go back?
Yep, well, that's exactly the reason I'm going back, is to find relatives because uh, I don't really have any family, so I just don't want to be the only one on the planet, and I
Oh,
don't have any
damn.
kids, and I'm not married.
Wait. Were you an orphan?
I was adopted. Yes, I was adopted for. I wasn't. I was never in the orphanage, but I got adopted out of an orphanage. Does that make sense? Like my
Damn.
mother, well, I think my mother was already dead, but basically, my parents or my mother already knew my adopted dad, and when she was about to die, she asked them to adopt me, and then they went through the orphanage to adopt me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on.
yeah, the different life, bro. We all have different lives.
Yeah. Hold on. What is that? Keep getting a
So
message
what's up,
saying
man?
I keep getting a message saying my camera is unavailable. I don't know why it's saying that. But I'm just yeah, not much. Shit. I I be doing a lot of research and well, I do like IT and I have like some job interviews coming up. So I've been working a lot on that.
What are your
Um,
job interviews for? What
um,
occupation?
IT support engineer. Um, right now I am an IT solutions engineer. That the name for like roles is so stupid. Like they be calling you whatever they call you a scientist sometimes. It's not. I'm not a
Uh,
scientist. I'm not an engineer either. But that's just what they call me.
Yeah, I think I kind of. I mean, I was what was it? When I was working for Ericsson, I was tower tech one. So basically, we climbed up the towers and fixed the radios and stuff. Are you the one? Are you the guy who like programs them?
Oh nah. No, so I deal with like computers and servers, switches and like firewalls. Um
Oh, security.
yeah, well, yeah, some of it. I want to get into cybersecurity. I have like CompTIA Security Plus, which is like the entry level cert for cybersecurity. And that's where I want to get into. But right now I'm doing mostly IT support slash like network administration. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, that is my end goal though, is to get into like cybersecurity because I want to work like fully remote. and like
How
make like
old are
six
you?
figs. But
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, yeah, you still young.
Yeah.
I'm 42, about to be 43.
Yeah, I figured you were older. You have that vibe.
Yeah.
You have that old head vibe.
Yeah, I already been through enough shit. I don't need to deal with anybody else's shit.
100%. Yeah,
But
honestly, I prefer like me, like when I talk to people my age, I feel like weird because I don't feel like I belong around them. I talk to a lot of older people. Like at work, I feel, well, okay, so my past job, I worked with a lot like older people. So like uh one person was like 35, the other person was like, 60, other person was like 50. So like they're older people, they're mature and
yeah,
they're like easier to get along with and like talk to. And I've always just kind of felt that way. I've never felt like I belong to like my age group. I don't because like my age group is still very immature. Like most 27-year
yeah,
olds are kind of immature to a degree. Some of them are
yeah.
mature.
You might be a Sigma, man.
You said what?
You might be a Sigma male. You know what those are, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know the whole Sigma alpha male.
Alpha,
Yeah,
beta.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know about that. I definitely
Yeah,
fit that criteria um because I actually enjoy being alone. I do fit that
yeah.
criteria, but
Me too.
like, yeah, I mean like, or not, okay, I don't prefer being alone. I prefer a small friend group. I don't like I find people with huge friend groups really weird and they scare me. Like if you have a ton of friends, I that's an automatic red flag for me. Like there's
Yeah,
no way you can maintain that many friends and
and they're all
be a good
rosy
person
and
at the same time and not be fake.
yeah, you have to be fake to somebody.
Yeah, you have to be fake to at least one of them.
Right. Yeah. Um, yeah, I found it hard. There was a point when I did have a lot of friends, and I realized how much they weren't friends, and and then even when you're as you grow up, you should be getting too old for friends. You know, you got your own things, your own business, your own family, your own kids, your own whatever it is you're doing. You're too busy to keep in touch with the friends. Yeah, it's like a good hey, hi, or whatever when you like as time goes by, but eventually you're going to be too occupied to with your own life to involve that many people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know how people find time for that many friends. I can't do that. I'd be too busy.
Yeah, it's people looking for validation. They want to be liked. They want to be loved. They want to be
100%.
abused.
Well, anyways,
But
so you so we met on Godless Reggie's TikTok live and you know
yeah,
that
he's kind
man
of an asshole.
no that man wouldn't even let me like finish like an argument. He would just mute
I
or
I
or
know.
kick.
That's those are the arrogant ones. Those are what. That's why it depends on like you can have two atheists debating, and one is actually kind, and one is more like the guy we were talking to. Like no matter what you say to the other guy, you're not gonna get through him, no matter what, because he's just so keen on fix that he already made the decision that God
Yeah.
does not exist. So he therefore has to stand by that and doesn't want to hear an excuse or doesn't want to, because he doesn't want to be told he's wrong or he doesn't want to bring any doubt into his head and making him think twice. But
Yeah.
at the same time, that it's a like when I very first introduced myself, I said, look, I've lost a debate and it's a loss. Like you cannot say, oh, God, or you have to have proof that God exists, and then you don't. And okay, I don't have proof, but you don't have proof that God doesn't exist. It's not a stalemate. I mean, he could say it's a stalemate, but to me, it's a loss. You know what I mean? It's the lost. You need to go study more. You need to go find out the truth. You know what I mean? He's all like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna find it. You're not gonna find it. I'm like, dude, you have no idea what the fuck I'm gonna find. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the big red flag for me was when he said I couldn't ask questions. But he kept likening the entire conversation to a court case. And for me, like a defense and like the plaintiff, they get to like cross-examine each other on the stand if they want to. But like he doesn't want that. So it's like, okay, what is this arbitrary rule that I can't ask you questions? I don't get it. Like it didn't make any sense why I can't ask him a question to better understand his position. And be
Because he was trying to say, and you were going in a circular argument that he already explained because he wanted the exact answer. Like he don't, um, like he only said don't ask questions when he asked you a question. You know, like when he asked you a question and you're like, oh, I need to be clear about that. Can I ask a question? And then you're like, no, just answer the question. It's like, but that's a very arrogant and a bullyish way of having a
mm,
debate, and those aren't debates. Those are just
yeah.
those are he is no different than the preacher, yelling at everybody. No, this
Oh,
is the way, and
100%.
that's it.
100%. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
No, I think that semantics are actually very important in a debate because you need to be specific in what you mean when you say things. Because if you're not, then you're being arbitrary with your words and you're not being like meaningful when you say things. So I just have to make sure I understand. I always try to make sure that I understand what somebody's saying before I respond. And that's what I was trying to do, but he doesn't like that for some reason, which is weird. I don't understand
Well,
it.
yeah, yeah. I get you, dude. He's a control freak. He's a control freak. He has to have control within his space. That's his space where he can control everybody. He even whatever you call it, muted me when I was trying to talk. So like, he's a
And
control
you're an
freak, and
atheist,
and
which is the
honestly, he's
crazy
kind of
part.
a sociopath.
You would you say that? Okay, so I want to clarify because I know that you said that you were Gnostic. Are you saying agnostic or agnostic?
I am a Gnostic, not agnostic,
Okay,
just Gnostic.
so then when you say that, you're saying that you know a God personally, or you know of a God that exists, or what are you saying when you mean Gnostic?
I am in I am trying to find the existence of God. That's also under Gnostic.
Okay. Oh, so
It's not saying
oh
God doesn't exist, because if I believed God didn't exist, I wouldn't be looking for him.
okay. Okay, for me, I always thought Gnostic was like somebody who knew of God's existence or
It's
or
that
knew him
too. I
personally.
mean, yeah, and it's also that too. It's all three of them.
Okay. So it sounds like you're like trying to find him.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of how my understanding of God can make me content.
Oh, okay. And then the Satanist part, that's like you are you I guess in terms of the what's his name? Antoine LaVey's version of Satanism, or you don't agree with Antoine LaVey's. That's his name,
No,
right?
I don't agree with. All right, so I agree. See, that's the thing. That's why had to pull away from it, but I kept some parts of it because there's the same thing with Christianity. Christianity has some parts of it that are good that you want to keep, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that's just trash and you just don't want.
Yeah, yeah,
Same
yeah.
thing with Satanism. There's good parts that you want to keep, and then there's some bullshit that you don't want to fucking follow, like witchcraft and casting spells. I'm good on that. I don't
Oh
believe
no.
in casting spells on other people to affect their will.
Yeah, wait, so I know you live in Haiti. I know like the voodoo scene is big out there. What's that like? Have you witnessed that at all?
I have, but not much of it, and that's kind of the reason why I came down here, was to understand how voodoo and Gnosticism are alike, and I still haven't really seen how they're alike, other than the Christianity.
Yeah.
Yeah, because voodoo, they'll pray to Mary. That's the only way I can see how they're like any way towards like Gnostic. Is voodoo, they'll pray to the saints, they'll pray to Mary. So all the saints, all Jesus' disciples get prayed to.
Okay.
That you're not supposed to do that. You're only supposed to pray to God or something.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. So you're when you say Gnostic, you mean you're in an active search for God to find him.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, in my spiritual search of understanding God.
Got it. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense actually, because an agnostic could be someone who is like not searching or searching to, but you're saying, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really like. I didn't even know I was Gnostic. Somebody else told me I was Gnostic because because and this is when I was still claiming Satanists, and they were and I didn't realize that within Satanism there's Gnosticism as well, because there's Christian Satanists. You know, there's
Yeah.
Luciferians, and Luciferians actually follow Jesus. They think Jesus is Lucifer. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah,
that's a
yeah.
whole other. Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's a lot of Christianity in Satanism, but people don't really recognize that, and I didn't even recognize that until somebody told me, and then I realized that oh, I'm reading the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, and I'm reading
Mm.
the what the hell what's the first book, the what's his name,
Of
Enoch, the book
what?
of Enoch. So like when
Oh,
I started
yeah.
reading the book of Enoch, huh?
I said, oh, go ahead, continue. Yeah, I'm familiar with Book of Enoch.
Okay, yeah. When I started reading the book of Enoch, I started like going from the book of Enoch and then go to the Bible and then find out where the book of Enoch is in the Bible and why they just didn't mention it. And I found other parts where basically the Holy Spirit is basically Sophia. It's when I and when how I made that was uh, the Bible says that the Holy Spirit is a female. And
Mm.
at first I thought it was Asherah, you know, God's wife, but the Asherah is more what's the I'm not I don't think it's Gnostic, but whatever the Jews, with the early version of the Jews, that's what they believe. I mean,
Mm.
it might be it's still Gnosticism, but like there was another name for it. Um, and after I figured that out, I was like, holy shit. If you go by like if you understand of like Elohim and his father El and all those other, it's just one big giant family of gods that hate each other. You know, it's
Yeah.
just it's a family reunion, or what do you call it? A family feud
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
of gods.
So so then
So
I know that you believe in the words of Sophia. Um, so like do you
I
sub
follow the words of Sophia. There's a difference.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so you follow the words of Sophia. Do you do you subscribe to like the philosophy slash narrative of Gnosticism, like basically like the demiurge? So like the Old Testament in Gnosticism, that God, the God of the Old Testament, was the demiurge. His name was Yaldabaoth. This is just the mythological understanding of what the Old Testament was in Gnosticism. It doesn't, you don't have to give a fuck about the names, but basically in Gnosticism, the old God was actually evil there. That was a completely different God from the God who Jesus was.
Uh, uh, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I have a different understanding of it. My understanding is that the God of this world is the devil. Therefore, the devil of the devil is God of
Exactly.
this world.
No, that's
Yeah.
the
Okay.
Gnostic point of
Okay.
view. The God
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
this
That's what I
world,
believe.
the person who made physical flesh, put us here, was the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, which is Satan,
Yeah.
essentially.
That's why I brought up the first Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, because in Genesis 1 it talks about the old God, the Lord, and then Genesis 2 it talks about God, and then on top of that, where did the other human beings come from? They came from the Lord.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I guess another part of Gnosticism too is, as a Gnostic, I reject like the flesh, like the world, like the physical nature of the world to actually be true. I think that we're actually all spiritual beings, and our
You're
spirit is
correct.
the true existence of who we are.
Yeah. Yeah. You're. From my understanding of that is all human beings are. in essence of God. Therefore, that's when it says in the Bible, "I made I made man in my image."
Hmm.
Technically, we are all a little piece of God.
Exactly. And if we're a piece of God, we are God.
Yes,
100%.
yes. Now, am I going to be able to prove that? No. But am I going to like argue about it? No. I'm just going to keep it to myself.
100%. Okay, so then it sounds like ideologically we're very much on the same page.
Yeah, we are. The only difference is I have a little bit of Satanism mixed in with my Gnosticism. Like
Okay.
for instance, Lilith. Lilith is if you follow Lilith or you study up on Lilith, that's more towards Satanism than it is Gnosticism. Even though it came from Gnosticism, what is Satanism is whatever deemed Satanism by the Catholic Church, by the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So then you think that Lilith was like originally Adam's first wife?
I've been looking for evidence of Lilith because remember I got to do this with logic and reason. The only thing I could find evidence of Lilith even possibly being real, or if she ever was real and actually she was a part of the Bible, then she would have to be the snake. But I don't think I can't put a talking snake into reality of today, you know. So I would have to just figure out how where because I think part of the story when Lilith was jealous of Eve and then she tricked Eve into eating the fruit. You know what I mean? So I mean, then again, you also have people say that Jesus was actually the snake.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
Gnosticism. That's the Gnostic take.
well, that's Luciferianism because if Jesus was the snake, that means Jesus was more likely to be Lucifer than rather than God.
Yeah, I don't even think Gnostics reject that loose. Well, I don't see anywhere explicitly where like in Gnostic, like the Nag Hammadi, which is like the which is like the bulk of Gnostic scripture. I don't see anywhere in there where Lucifer is a bad being. Like Lucifer was the bringer of light. But he did turn into Satan, which I reject. I reject Satan. Lucifer at one point was a good being, and he still is a good being. He's just on a bad track. And he can be redeemed. I don't believe in this sense of you're condemned, like you can be condemned for
Ah,
infinitude. I don't believe in that.
yeah, I think there's where the difference between Gnostic Satanism and just Gnosticism is that Gnostic Satanism is more about a balance and understanding good and evil rather than declaring good and evil. You know,
Mm,
like because there is no real good and there is no real evil, and you can't have all good and you can't have all evil. You have to have a
mm.
balance. Once you understand the balance, you'll understand the purpose of evil and good.
Can I ask you something? What do you think the nature of sin is? What is sin?
Sin,
Yeah,
sin is I don't see. I don't like the word sin because are you talking about sin from God or sin or internal sin?
I'm talking about sin as in an action that is wrong morally.
Well, if you feel something is wrong, I mean, like sin. See, I don't think sin exists. I think
I
there's
agree with you.
actions. Yeah, like sin is something from God. Like you can't do this or you disobey me and it's a sin and I'm gonna punish you or something.
No,
Like
yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. So in Gnosticism, the definition of sin is nothing. It's nothingness. It's a deprivation of God because God is something and he is a being. It's a deprivation, like a taking away of God. Like there's no God and that is sinful.
yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can
And
see I can
and
understand that.
here's the kicker. The reason why God forgives us so easily is because he
I gotta
knows
turn
that
my light
sin
off.
is nothing. So he
Yo, I
forgives
gotta
us
turn my
way
light off
easier.
because yeah, I gotta turn my light off. I'm just letting you know I'm turning my light off because I'm running out of power. All right, go ahead.
What I was saying was is the reason, and this is my philosophy on why God can forgive us so easily, no matter how egregious our sins are, is because since sin is nothing, it is way easier to forgive it because it's actually nothing that we committed. We didn't commit a thing.
Yeah, but like, okay, so I when you call something you're doing to somebody that's you consider bad, and your conscience says you did something wrong, like if you're considering that a sin, then technically I don't think that's sin exists.
No,
Like
I
it
agree.
doesn't
I agree with
exist.
you.
Oh, okay. Because first of all, bad things have to happen. They have to. In order to understand something good or
Mm,
to realize how much you love something, you have to, feel the negative, or, realize how much you miss whatever it is. You know what I mean?
mm,
Like when a baby cries, like when it like falls over, it learns not to fall over again because it doesn't want to like fall and bop its head and make it feel bad. But
yeah,
it's not a sin. But at the same time, it learned not to do that again because it didn't want to hurt itself.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I also would like to say I'm not like a normal Gnostic either because I actually believe in like Buddhism and Hinduism, and I've kind of like unified those three, if that makes sense.
That's that's perfectly fine, man. Gnosticism can be blended with anything, dude. There's Muslim Gnostics, there's Satanic Gnostics, there's Voodoo Gnostics, there's Hindu Gnostics. Gnosticism is basically the understanding of basic Gnosticism and adding whatever you want
Yeah,
from any other religion that sees you see fit. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
it's about you. It's not about what works for everybody.
yeah,
What
yeah.
works for you is not going to work for everybody.
Okay, I do disagree there. I think that there is like an objective purpose to our lives, and there is like a ultimate like end goal to where we're supposed to go, and we all are playing by the same rules. Are you, so I'm, how much have you read up on like Buddhism?
Buddhism, very little, but I understand what Buddhism. Last time I really read up on Buddhism was like when I was like 23, 24, like right after, either during the Marine Corps or like right after the Marine Corps, because there was this big thing about Jesus was a Buddhist, and I was just like,
Yeah,
that's funny, and I started reading up about it. Um,
yeah, yeah.
but Buddhism to me is more about self, but at the same time it's not. I don't, like, again, like I say, like not all, every religion has its good parts and every religion has its bad parts. I think Buddhism is a little bit too much self about yourself, and you become
Hmm.
selfish and you don't really help others. And then
I don't
like
know about
I think,
that. There's a lot of
why
Buddha helping people and giving to the needy as well, and he advocates for giving to the poor.
giving to the poor isn't helping them.
It does help them. It helps them temporarily, but not necessarily like
Exactly.
permanently.
You can teach a man how to fish, but you need a. I mean, you can give a man a fish, and he can eat for a day, but you need to teach him how to fish so he can eat for a lifetime.
Yeah, but both ways you are helping the person. One is just temporarily, one is just permanently.
Yeah, I get you. I understand. Yeah. Um. Uh. Like I said, it's a different point of view, and also you have to understand your balance. Everybody's like, I've said it wrong. I said it wrong. Everybody's balance is different. There we
Mm,
go. Everybody's balance of understanding of good and evil is different. And yeah, we all might have a
mm.
purpose. No, we all might have a purpose, but the way of us getting to that purpose, or understanding where we're supposed to be, or making that point where we make an effect on someone else's life, is a different route for each and every single one of us, because we weren't all raised the same. We're not in the same area. We weren't born in the
Yeah.
same place. We weren't taught the same thing. So we're gonna all take different routes to find that
Oh,
purpose.
yeah, 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 yeah.
But
100%.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but when we do find that purpose, our balances will not be the same.
Mm. Yeah, so Where I was going was, have you heard of the concept of samsara?
No.
Samsara in Buddhism is basically the cycle of death and rebirth. And in this world that we live in right now on Earth, we die. And
Hmm.
so, like, I believe in the concept of reincarnation as well. When we die, we're reborn, and that is based upon our actions. But Buddha had said that based upon whether or not you reach nirvana, you can exit the cycle of samsara, which would be reaching heaven. Like you would reach an eternal state of knowingness.
Um, okay. I think if you reach an eternal state of knowingness, you couldn't be in this reality.
No, yeah, you wouldn't be here. 100%. You would not be
Okay.
here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Um, yeah. Uh, my understanding of that makes it that makes sense because my understanding of the universe is the universe never had a beginning. It just restarts and restart. It dies and then it comes back to life, and it
I agree
dies and
with
it comes
you.
back to life.
You mean you're bro. How do we both think the same, but like we label ourselves different? We literally like 90%, 95% of what we're saying, we agree upon. Yeah, I believe in the oscillating
Yeah.
universe, which is like basically like the Big Bang happened over and over again.
Yes. 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 We're all in a big giant black hole that blasted out, and it's gonna come. It's gonna. What do you call it? What do you call it when it crumbles up on itself?
Big Crunch.
Yeah, it crunches up on itself, kind of like when a how do you, when the sun, how do they say it? The sun, when the sun gets so big and becomes a red sun, and then it converges on itself. I don't remember the right word, but basically the universe is going to collapse. Oh, there we go, collapse. The
Hmm.
universe is going to collapse on itself, and then it's going to stay dormant for whatever time until that one negative or that one negative inside those what was it? It was like two positives energy and two negatives, and then one of the positives becomes a negative, therefore causing the big bang.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's just random. It's just random. Um, and that's my understanding. So that's why I'm not really into the whole. We gotta, get out and expand through the universe and all this other stuff. It was like, yeah, like I think there's most definitely other species out there, possibly, but not to the extent that
Oh, I
have
think there's a hundred
developed.
percent a chance. Like there's no way that there isn't. There has to be
Yeah,
life
I
apart
really
from
find
ours.
it. I find it hard that human beings even came from the Earth. I mean, I'm not saying that they
Yes.
didn't. I'm not making that claim that we're aliens. I'm not making that claim at all. I'm just saying throwing it out there. And then at the same time, yeah, like what is we don't know where the but all right. So basically, how I say that is because in the that would be a way to make the Bible make sense if human beings are in a spaceship out and fucking floating around in outer space because their planet blew up or whatever and they had to resettle into another planet, that would make sense.
Hmm.
God came down. And God is not like an entity. God is a bunch of really really smart humans from the past life that human beings were living. And
Hmm.
basically, it came down, said, okay, blah 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 blah. We'll set two people here, and then let's see if they live or whatever,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
we'll just watch from above. Like some shit like that. But at the same time, like that would be more plausible than talking snakes and God and all that. Like, I could actually put that into reality. I can put aliens into reality easier
Hmm.
than I can put God into reality. Even like God, like I was telling what's his name, like I can't put God in this reality. However, he could be in the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth dimension, but there's no way of me understanding that. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? So I mean that because if those exist and we know they do exist, then if there was entity inside those realms or in those dimensions that exist, and therefore those are plausible to be a god or gods. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you I assume you're familiar with like the concept of like the Trinity.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
So like
I use
basically
that in a lot of atheist debates.
yeah, so basically there's like three forms of God, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
So,
I don't believe it, but I understand it. I know what it is. Yes.
okay, I think we differ there because I actually do believe in the concept of the Trinity. Um, and I think that it is rooted in science itself. Um, and my reason for that is like all matter comes in three forms: solid, liquid, and gas. That's one, two, three. And uh, every uh, every atom is composed of three components: protons, neutrons, and electrons. That's one, two, three. The very nature of time is in three states: space, or sorry, it's in three states, which would be past, present, and future. The very nature of the universe is in three. It's three dimensional itself. We live in a 3D world: space, time, and matter. Length, width, and height as well. Like everything that composes physical reality comes in threes.
Um, I can uh I um you trying to use math with it or something?
I'm
Is
trying
that
to
what you're
use
doing?
because I'm saying that God speaks to us via. I think science is really just the natural revelation renamed science by man. I believe that there are three forms of like revelation from God that man as an individual can receive. And like so basically there's the special revelation, the general revelation, and the natural revelation. The general revelation is the law written upon your heart. There's a reason why you don't wake up in the morning and you go shoot up your neighbors next door or go rape the girl across the street. There's a reason why. It's because there is a moral compass built into you, and that is the general revelation of God. And then there is the special revelation, which would be like the Bible, Jesus Christ, things like that. And then there is the natural revelation, which is simply just science. I think science points to a God being the most plausible answer for how the universe had first started.
Um, I'm not disagreeing with you. Um, I just think that God is just too complicated for us to understand. And even if God did appear in front of us, I think that we would die instantly if we saw that God, not because
Hmm.
it's God, but because it's an entity from a different dimension that doesn't, that our
Hmm.
brains can't comprehend.
Yeah,
Like
even the
kind of
Bible
like
says you can't
when,
see God.
huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say kind of like when the covenant got open, or the what is it? What is that thing that they carry around? The covenant?
Yeah,
It's like a
the,
chest,
yeah, that it
right?
holds the Ten Commandments. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, you cannot open that, or else because it's written by God. They said so. Therefore, you can't not look at it, look upon it. That's why it
Yeah.
stays in the chest. Um, that's where I got that from. But at the same time, like, uh, I'm more trying to understand the first physics before, because I'm not even trying to understand God anymore. I'm trying to understand the first steps to getting to understand, or to even get even the thought of, okay, this might be God. First of all, you got to understand the fourth dimension 100%, and after that, the fifth dimension. Now,
Hmm.
once you understand the fifth dimension, what's that time, and the sixth dimension, which is going back and forth through time, the seventh dimension, that like all those are all only like human beings can do all that shit. We just don't have the capability to do it. But the things that are like godly, like
Hmm.
that's like the ninth dimension, the seventh dimension, the eighth dimension. Like we can't do any of that shit.
So you think if a God existed, he would dwell among us?
He would. Well, that's what I'm agreeing with what you said earlier, that this world is not real. Like this is just part
Yeah,
of what, a little piece of what exists that we cannot comprehend.
the physical reality is not real, but we are real. You are real. You are a real spiritual
Well,
being.
yeah, yeah, I
So
know I'm
same with me.
real. Yeah, yeah, you're real, but
Yeah,
at the same time, like we are not like how do I say this? Uh, 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 we're not in the same time. You know what I
hmm.
mean? Like you could be walking right next to me. Me and you are not in the same time.
What do you mean?
Does that make sense?
I don't understand it, but can you
Okay.
explain it?
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So, when me and you are like walking next to each other on the sidewalk, and we both look at that rock, we are not saying we will never ever. Oh, I might lose you. My internet's about to go out. I don't know if it's gonna go out or not.
Oh,
Um.
uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, it's because I'm running out of power. I gotta save. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. All right. So I'm gonna try to explain this real quick. Uh. Oh, come on. All right. I'm not. All right. This thing's distracted me. What the hell? What
Is
was
that
it?
your
What?
microwave? Oh, damn. I lost them. That sucks.
Oh, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Cool. 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 All right. I thought it was gonna shut out. All right. So I'm out, I'm off of. I'm going off of just my cell phone battery now. Okay. So I'm sorry. I got distracted. I started panicking. What was the question again?
So you were saying that me and you were not on the same, I guess, time.
Right.
And
Right.
you said if I
Right.
look at
Right.
a rock or
Yeah.
something.
No. Yeah. Every human being is on their own time, understanding of their time. You know what I mean? So like if you and you are walking right next to each other, right, and we both look at the same rock, we are not saying the same thing. There's no possible way that me and you could possibly see the same thing. And then on top of that, we're not even seeing it in the same time. Now the rock is right next to us, so everything's really, really fast. So we cannot, we cannot uh comprehend that we are not seeing at the same time. However, if we both me and you standing right next to each other, and we look at like Alpha Centauri or Alpha Centauri, uh,
Alpha Centauri.
um, yeah, Centauri, sorry, Alpha Centauri,
Mm.
like we are not looking at the same star. You know what I mean? You're gonna see it at a different time, and I'm gonna see it at a different time because it's so far away, and the light is doing so many different things. There's no possible way that me and you could be looking at exactly at the same time. You know what I mean? We're gonna see
Oh,
different things.
are you saying because you're in Haiti and because I am in the US?
No, we could be standing right next to each other. We're still
Oh,
not gonna see the same thing.
oh no, no, no. If we're standing right next to each other, we're gonna see it at the same time. It's the same thing. It's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah, but it's millions, there are millions and millions, billions, it's billions of light years away, right?
Right, but
Like,
we're both seeing the same thing. It's just millions and billions of light years away, and we're both seeing
thing
that
we're
same
not.
thing at that
We're,
same time.
we're not seeing the same thing. We're not seeing the same thing.
How so?
When we
Because
recognize what we see, we're not seeing the same thing. That's what I'm saying. What's his name? Who's that black that famous black scientist? Oh, what's his name? Oh, Neil Tyson, something Tyson,
oh, Neil
Neil
deGrasse
Neil.
Tyson.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like
Hmm,
he explained it to me, which blew my fucking mind when
hmm,
understanding time,
hmm.
and that was just like that makes sense. That makes perfect sense because if I'm so far away, that's how time travel works. That's how time travel. Like for instance, like both of us are looking at that star, right? So if we stood there and watched the star go, or both of us are standing right next to each other, we watch a star, and then a ship launches from Earth, goes to Alpha Centauri, right, and
Hmm.
then comes back.
Yeah.
They're gonna come back young, as they're gonna come back in the next like 20 years, but they're gonna still be the same age.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Those people will. But if I'm standing right next to you and I'm looking at that star and you're looking at that star, we're both looking at it at the same time.
Yeah, but we're not seeing it from the same angle. We're not seeing it at the same time.
Oh, yeah, we're not seeing it at the same angle, but we're seeing it at the
So we're
same
not seeing
time.
the same thing. We're never gonna see the exact same thing. Does that
I
make
don't.
sense?
I mean, like,
No matter what
are you
you see,
you'd be
like
off by
you'll
like a
see the same thing,
millisecond
but
maybe, but
not in the same time frame.
you might be off by a millisecond, but you're essentially seeing it at the same time.
But you didn't witness what I witnessed. You get me now?
No, I don't.
Um,
I'm confused a little bit.
um. All right. So, how's another way I can explain this? All right, you're thinking about like looking, like I look at something, right? I'm
Yeah.
talking about the time frame that you're looking at it is not the same as everybody else's. We are all different, and we're all in the same reality, but we see the reality differently, regardless. Like when you look
Oh,
at
yeah,
that
I
tree, I
agree
look at
with
that
that.
tree. Yeah,
But we see
it's
it
the
at the
same
same
thing.
time, but we just digest it differently. Yes.
Yes, yes, we're gonna digest it differently, but at the same time, like if I might be looking at it like a split second at the same time, we both look at the same time. I might see a tornado on it, right? Then you might see it. You might look at it, and at the exact same time I did, but you might be 250 million years later. You know what I mean? And see what happened. We're not gonna like that's the time frame. The time between time does not exist, bro. Like it's
I
it's
agree with
it's
you.
yeah.
Time does not exist. So, okay, here's what I'll say. Time does not exist objectively in terms of true existence. Time exists in terms of the existence that we currently live in, which is this three-dimensional prison of our flesh body. That it exists. In this sinful world that is broken and was built by an evil God, it exists, but in terms of a true existence, it does not exist.
Yeah, I guess you could say it that way. Like, I mean, um, yeah, time changes. Like for instance, they say we have 24 hours a day. Like,
Yeah,
that's time. But say that the Earth, whatever, for whatever reason, moved a little bit farther away from the sun because of an asteroid or something. Like, time changed. You know what I mean? It's not. It's never the same. It's never itself.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, so like when like for instance, if we're on the Earth, right, and then
Hmm.
there's an asteroid, right, that comes by us and pulls the gravity of the Earth out of its orbit a little bit, enough to still stay in orbit, but just
Yeah,
off that it changes the daytime,
okay.
right? So time, the time that existed is no longer exists. We no longer live on a 24-hour time schedule, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, time is
Yes.
relative, yes.
Yes, that's basically time is relative. But at the same time, if it's relative, then both me and you witnessing an event happening, we're not going to see the same thing because the time is a relative. We think we're seeing it at the same time, which would make our times like not like which would make our times sync. What's the word?
Yeah.
Sync something
Yeah,
in
yeah.
sync. There we go, in sync. But we can't. There's no such
Hmm.
like because I don't even know how to explain it again. Like you got to watch Neil Argan, Mr. Tyson, man. You got to watch that
Yeah.
show.
I guess where I disagree with you there, because I think you're trying to equate time and like uh God as like, what am I trying to say? You're trying to say time is relative and it doesn't exist, and that is like why God. I believe that God is objectively true, is he's an objective reality, but obviously time is subjective per person because it can change per person. But for me, God is an objective reality and it doesn't change per person.
Well, the only reason I mentioned God is because God doesn't. God already. God, just like ourselves, doesn't live within that time within time. Like right, like when I mentioned, if someone goes to Alpha Centauri and comes back, we could both sit there and say we invented the most fastest light speed spaceship, right? That can get there and back in a year, right?
Hmm.
So like, or no, say years like impossible. Like say five like 200 or 100 years, 100 years, right? So 100 years, you can go there and come back, but they're gonna come back. They're still gonna be that age. That they almost that age. Like they're only be, but for them it was only like 3 days. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So like, how is that even possible? If there's such thing as time?
Hmm. Yeah.
And so basically, yeah. If we could surpass time like that, the animals can't, but we can. There might be some God sense within us that gives us the ability to act as God to pass through time.
Yes.
Therefore, eventually down the road, we should be able to have the ability to understand the sixth, seventh, and eighth dimension. Therefore, we should be able to find God if there is one,
Uh,
or
I th
understand them better.
do you so okay, then I guess my question to you is then right now, do you think you can find God if he existed?
If God exists,
No,
well, if He
I'm
wants me to find him, then yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd find him if He wanted me
okay.
to.
So it's not dependent on whether or not you can reach the ninth dimension and then be able to find
Well, it matters. Well, okay, yeah. So I see where you're going. So yeah, God can come out of the let's say He's in the ninth dimension. So God can come out of the ninth dimension and interact with us in the fourth
him.
dimension.
Wait, can I use
Okay,
the bathroom real quick? I'll be right back. I
yeah,
just
man.
gotta I have to pee really bad.
No problem, man.
Okay.
Understandable.
Okay, I'll come back.
Yep. Where is that Mr. Tyson? I gotta find that and send it to him because that'll like definitely open his eyes. Because it opened my eyes. I didn't even know that it existed. Like, what the hell? It's like you learn something new every day. That's why I know. It's like you can't go around saying this is how it is. No, no, no. How do you know you didn't learn something? But no. Yeah, that other guy was cocky. Too cocky. Too cocky for me. That's why I'm not. I didn't befriend his ass. Like, I'm good, bro. I don't need somebody like you running around being all narcissistic and what was the other word? Sociopathic and shit. I don't need that shit. Tell me what to do. I'm gonna tell you what it is. You're gonna tell me what? What you believe, right? Oh, that is true. Like if you say God doesn't exist, or you say, yeah, that's what you always have to put them. You have to make them. Uh, you have to make them. What's the word?
Ugh.
Make the claim.
Uh, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Yeah, I'm
back.
good. I hear you.
All right, what were we talking about? I'm trying to remember.
We were talking about time and the change and understanding God of coming out of the dimension to interact with us in the fourth dimension, and then you said
But
basically
we live in the third, right?
uh, we live in the fourth because we understand some parts of the fourth. We can see it. We
Mm-hmm.
understand some parts of it, so we know it exists, like for a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Like the other ones, we know they exist, but we are unable to do those events. Like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't travel through time, we can't go
Okay.
into the past.
Okay. So then,
Okay.
okay. So then it sounds to me like you believe that a God exists.
No. I'm never saying a God exists because I don't know if it's a God. I don't know if it's an alien. I don't know if it's just some sort of matter or
Hmm.
being or whatever it is. Like I cannot say, hey, a God exists because I don't have the proper evidence to give to someone where they could sit there and analyze with their own eyes and witness what I've the evidence that I've given them to for good enough for them to say yes, this is God.
Yeah, yeah. So you so okay. Here's a better question. Do you believe that there is a being with an intelligent mind that created the universe.
I think it's possible.
Okay. Do you think it's plausible
Yep.
or just possible?
Just possible. I didn't say plausible.
Okay. I think it's plausible. I know that God exists, but I think just based on science, that if you looked at science and you looked at philosophy, because within philosophy is the laws of logic, a God is more than plausible that it exists. Like a God exists just via philosophy and via science.
Yeah. I see the plausible, but at the same time, like I can. The, then you have to get into which God is it. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you, but you have to first establish, okay, is it plausible that God exists? Otherwise, the rest of trying to figure out whether or not which God it is kind of
Well,
futile.
if I'm saying it's plausible, then that means I kind of already accepted that there is a God, and I can't do that.
Yeah, well, so I guess my what I'm saying is like in order to try and figure out what God it is, you should probably try and figure out first, okay, does a God exist? You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be like, okay, is it more than likely that a God exists? And then, okay, if it's more than likely, okay, then which one would it be?
Well, the only thing that's got me to the point where uh, I cannot prove that that God is possible that a God exists is because I cannot prove that a God does not exist.
Okay. And
So
that's the
therefore,
only
it is
reason that's hung
possible,
you up on it?
not plausible. Huh?
And that's the only reason why you're kind of like hung up on the plausibility of God's existence is because you can't prove that it doesn't exist, that he doesn't exist or him or her or whatever.
Um, no, there's other things too. Like I've read other books and I've read about other religions, and also Satanism has a part of it too.
Okay.
Um, but the most of it is at the longest point of my life I was an atheist, and I was
Yeah.
a hardcore atheist, debating on the internet and all kinds of shit. So
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
doing the same thing that asshole was doing, but I'm nicer than he is.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. You're intellectually honest.
yeah, yeah. So I don't really, I can't find, I until I have my own evidence. I mean, I'm not going to lie to myself. There we
Hmm.
go.
Okay.
Because if I'm not certain and I say I'm certain, then I'd be lying to myself.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it would be difficult to say that you're certain that God does not exist. But I don't think it's as
I
difficult to
can't say that
say,
either.
huh? Sorry, what?
Did you say what? Say, did I hear you correctly? Did you say it's, for example, that? Can you say what you said again?
Yeah, so I said I agree with you that it is difficult to say that a God does not exist.
Yes. Okay.
Yep. And but on the flip side, I think it can be easier to say that a God does exist based upon personal experience with him. And that's how I came to know that God existed, was through personal experience. That's how I know. Before that, I just believed. There are three stages for Christian. It's ignorance,
So, are you
and
talking?
then belief,
You
and
talking
then
about
knowledge.
testimony? Your testimony?
Oh, you want to hear it?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, I'll hear it, but I'm just double checking. Is this a testimony that gave you the ability to understand that God exists, or gave you the ability to come to the conclusion that God exists?
Well, I had always believed. Okay, so actually, let me take that back. So to preface, for every Christian, there are three stages for uh, becoming or reaching like the nirvana state for Christianity or knowing God. It's ignorance, belief, and then knowledge. For a long time in my life, I was in the belief stage where I believed that he exists, but I didn't know. Um,
Mm-hmm.
well, okay, so basically, My story is I've been dating a girl for about 7 years. She's an atheist. She's agnostic now because I've talked to her. And so she's much more open to the idea of God. But when I originally met her, she was atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she would ask me a lot of questions about like how do I believe that a God exists, and I didn't know, and I couldn't answer her, and I didn't have good logical arguments. And I think a lot of like Christians, on average, don't. Like they're stupid. Like they don't. They're just like, oh, but the Bible says so. That doesn't work for an atheist. Like
No, it doesn't.
you can't argue to an atheist. Oh yeah, but the Bible says so. Like that doesn't work that way for an atheist.
They don't care what the Bible says.
And so yeah. So basically, what happened for me was a whole ton of soul searching, and I started watching a lot of Christian and atheist debates on YouTube. And then I came to the conclusion that it is very plausible that a God exists. I watched do you know who Dr. William Lane Craig is?
No, if he's a pro-Christian, probably not.
Okay. Well, okay, if you want to explore the idea of God's existence, Dr. William Lane Craig is a fantastic debater. He's debated atheists. He's debated people of other religions too. But he, listening to his argumentation and his reasoning as to why God exists, this was during the time of COVID. I was like in quarantine. I was in the military at the time and we had to quarantine. And I was in my room alone and I got on my
Hmm.
knees and I was like, God, if you exist, am I on the right track right now? And he said, yes, you are. And it wasn't like an audible, yes, you are. It was like an internal vibration from within me. So that's where I knew it was a part of me. It was something inside me said this. It wasn't something outside me. It was something inside my internal being that said this to me. It said, yes, you are.
Do you want me to be devil's advocate?
Go ahead, be devil's advocate.
Okay, so how do you know that was God, though? That said, yes, you are.
I know that it is because it wasn't like it wasn't a thought that was in my brain. It was a vibration that I felt. I felt it not in my mind, like in my brain. Like like when you think of thought, it doesn't
Hmm.
have it doesn't like reverberate through your whole body. This reverberated through my whole body.
Yeah. Um. So I'm gonna be cool with you and let you know if you bring that to an argument, they're gonna eat that up like candy.
Oh,
Basically, they're gonna
100%.
say that's the god. Yeah, they're gonna be like, that's the god of the gaps. You have no idea
Oh,
what
yeah.
contact is.
And that's
Yeah.
100%. But when you experienced it, you won't be saying that. That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
when
No,
I'm
no. Yeah. Testimonies aren't, they are personal experiences. They could be, nobody has evidence to prove that your testimony is incorrect, but at the same time you cannot prove your testimony to be correct to
yes,
anybody because nobody else can
yes.
experience it.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I That experience led me to knowing that God exists. And I'm saying that is the only way that you can know if God exists. It takes you getting onto your knees, closing the door, locking the room, and being alone with God and just being like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Do you exist or not? It takes that conversation and it might take a couple tries. But after a certain amount of time, you will find him. And
Yeah.
obviously like telling that to an atheist, they're like, that's bullshit. But when they experience it, they will know.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Uh and, I can understand how that would make someone believe, I've had a, not necessarily the same but somewhat of uh similar experience, and uh I could not explain what it was, but at the same time, like, it could have been God, but it could not have been God. But therefore, I'm not gonna say it was God, and I'm not gonna tell anybody it was God. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say I had a panic attack and I don't know what the fuck happened. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
no way I can explain it.
yeah.
Um, but at the same time, if it was God, there was no way of me knowing that that was actually God. And if it was, I mean, if it actually was God, I mean, and there was a way, it wasn't good enough for me to accept that that was a sign that was meant for me, or that was because it wasn't a good experience, dude. That was a fucking terrifying shit. You know what I
Mm,
mean? It was like basically they told me it was a panic attack. But the thing about it is, I left the realm, bro. Like I wasn't even in fucking on Earth anymore. So like that experience with me was just so bizarre that I know that there's other things at play
mm.
beyond our comprehension.
So you're saying you felt like something within you say something, or I'm just trying to understand.
No, I left this reality. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I was sitting on my bed just like I'm doing right now. I was sitting in my bed, basically staring at the wall, and I was a little
Mm,
bit high, but I wasn't like fucked up, you know.
okay.
And all of a sudden, they it basically said it was a panic attack, and where your whatever thing in your brain drops a whole bunch of fear mongering fluid, and then you have a panic attack. Uh, they yeah, like that's what the doctor said, but the experience was so vivid and so real that I'm like, yeah, but I went out of reality. I didn't just get scared. I left this reality and I was someplace else, flying through the fucking stars. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was, and it scared the ever living shit out of me. And they're like, oh, well, you bet you might have been connected with something. You should go do it again. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not fucking doing that shit again. That shit.
Mm,
I thought I died. You know what I mean? I thought I died.
mm,
So I was just like, uh, but I'm not willing to. If that's the way how God wants to talk to me, then I don't really want to talk to him because that was just too much to if God was a really loving God and all that, he wouldn't have done it that way. And if that's the only way he could have done it, then I mean, he should have sent some kind of backup explanation
mm. So you had an out of
of
body
why to
experience?
terrify me, huh?
So you had an out of body experience?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I hear that a lot from Satanists. Like when I like just I don't you're the first like actual person who's proclaimed himself to be a Satanist that I've spoken to. But like when I've watched videos of people on like talking about Satanists and like Satanism and their experiences within it, they always talk about the out of body experiences that they experience. It seems to be
Yeah.
a trend.
It's real. Now, is it God or is it spirits? I don't fucking know, dude. It's something that I'm not trying again. I don't
Yeah.
want to fucking go that shit again. Like
Yeah,
if that was
yeah.
God, I don't want to see him again. you know.
Yeah.
So I
But you said you were
mean,
high though a little bit.
yeah, I was a little bit high, but I wasn't like fucking no, I'm stoned, dude. He. No, I'm just
Mm,
like I'm just my regular, chilling. I wasn't even I like smoked earlier, I was
yeah.
still, uh, but I think what it was is I like did one of those meditation. I meditated on accident. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
We,
think I meditated on accident and fucking went to whatever those fucking, Buddhists be trying to get to. And I'm just sitting like, yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
were
I
you
saw
smoking weed?
something. Yeah, just
Uh,
weed.
was it laced? Question mark?
No,
Are you
no,
sure?
dude. Like I believe it to be a panic attack, but
Okay.
I was basically saying that was the closest of my understanding of my own testimony of, oh, I might have ran into God, or I might have, because to me that was just so bizarre and so it was so real. There's no way that that didn't happen. Like I
Yeah.
didn't. There's no way that because I have a memory of it. You know what I mean? I have a memory flying through the fucking stars. Like if it didn't happen, then it never happened. And like I was asleep, I was dreaming, but I was fully conscious when I left, and then when I came back, I was still conscious. I was still awake, sitting down, staring at the wall. And I
Yeah.
don't know if like 10 minutes went by. I don't know if an hour went by. I have no idea of what the time that was. That went by.
Yeah.
And I also screamed my head off loud as fuck. And then my neighbors next door, like on the other side of the wall, they said they never heard anything. They didn't hear me scream. They didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you not hear me scream like that loud?
Yeah. So then, are you familiar with like some of the common arguments for God's existence that are like from like theologians in general, like Christians, uh, Muslims, or some of
What
like
do
the
you mean?
general
Like,
arguments?
well, the I mean, yeah, I guess, but that's so vague.
I know it is vague, but there are some common ones.
Okay, go ahead. Like, hit me with one. I'll say yes or no.
So one of my favorite one is the cosmological argument. Um, it goes kind of like this. There's two premises and then a conclusion. The first premise is everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, basically the Big Bang. Therefore, the universe has a cause. And then basically because space, time, and matter came into existence at the beginning of the universe, which every single cosmologist will agree upon, that space, time, and matter began at the beginning of the universe, that whatever caused it prior to that had to be spaceless, timeless, and immaterial.
Uh, I know. I mean, yes, and no. I know the first part I heard. The second part was new to me.
I can read it again if you want.
Um, yeah, no, I understood it. I was just
Mm,
like, uh, I understood the first part because I've heard, that part. Time. There's a reason for beginning, and there's a reason for it. Like for the. I kind of got drawn in. Like my understanding of that is basically oh, why I always forget these names. Who's the one who said an apple falls down from a tree at so many? Who is that? Isaac Newton. So
mm,
yeah, that whole when a force hits another force, the other force it causes friction, which makes another force move or whatever. I think that would be the purpose when like the Big Bang happened. The only purpose of it was to spread out like a regular explosion. You know what I mean?
mm.
That's its purpose. But after the explosion, it dissolves into nothing, right?
Yeah,
And little
it
bits and
runs out of
pieces are
energy
left.
at some point.
Yes, yes, it runs out of energy, and then either collapse on itself if it was inside something. So yeah, if the universe is inside something, our whole entire universe is inside another something else, then yeah, it's going to collapse.
Mm,
But if it's not, then that's kind of what blows the whole that what you just your whole concept out of water is because if that only works if we're inside something, you know what I mean. The
mm,
purpose of us living and the purpose of us how do I say it, existing and finding our purpose of life or whatever, uh that's only if we are inside something, like inside like someone else's head, or inside or like something created us for a
mm.
purpose, you know what I mean.
Do you,
But at the same time, if we don't know that intimate purpose right away, then
mm.
we, you know that, and I don't think human beings are the ones who to say what if what our purpose is, if we have a purpose.
Yeah, and this argument is only conveying that a cause is necessary for the beginning of the universe, and that cause has to be timeless, immaterial, and spaceless. It's not
Well,
necessarily an intelligent being, but there is reason to believe that it is an intelligent being via the teleological argument, which is basically the fine tuning of the universe for life to exist implies that an intelligent creator had to have created the universe.
yeah, that's the part where I always get, you know, even
Mm,
when I try to argue with myself, I always tear myself down. Um, the whole intelligent creator part. Yeah, if there was an intelligent creator, then yes, we would all have a purpose. Yes.
mm,
But I don't think we all have a purpose. I think we have to find our own purpose. Because
Mm,
if we're not finding our own purpose and we have a purpose, that means the purpose was given to us, which would mean that we don't have freedom of choice.
mm. Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying if there is like an objective like end goal destination, there is no like freedom of, well, I mean, you could still choose to not go with that objective end goal that God prescribed. Like you can go do whatever you want with your life, right? Like that's still freedom. You can,
Yeah, but if we okay, so that's the problem. Why that's one of the main problems why I have with the Christian God is his is everything all of our everything that he made us for is to serve him, and that's our only purpose. You know what I
mm,
mean? Like that doesn't sound very, how do I say this, reasonable
mm,
for the existence of mankind, of why somebody would actually make it. Because it would make him kind of what's the word I'm looking for, uh, 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 egotistical,
mm.
uh,
So do
kind
you
of.
think, sorry, do you think that uh so like Jesus would like wash people's feet and like do things for others, but he's still conceptually known within the Christian faith as being God, but yet he's serving others. So it's not that we
uh,
serve him solely and he doesn't serve us. It's a mutual serving. It's a mutual agreement of servitude between us and God to us.
I don't think that Jesus did anything that a man couldn't do.
No, I agree with you on that actually. But I think him and what he spoke and all of his actions prior to and then what happened is like lottery ticket winning odds of him resurrecting. Like I think it's possible that a person can resurrect. Like there are people who have had the Lazarus effect. Have you heard of the Lazarus effect, where people resurrect from the dead medically, and it's known? Like that is a real thing. It's happened before.
Yeah, yeah, I know people can die and come back to life. That's how the whole zombies, the
Yeah,
Haitian
yeah,
zombies, how they blew a dust and they bury
yeah,
them and
yeah.
they bring them
The
eternally to
Lazarus
space.
effect is a real thing. Like if you look it up right now, people have died
Oh,
and come
I
back to
know it is.
life.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, I know people can die and come back to life. Yes, I'm aware of that.
But I think it's more of the combination of his like what he said and did prior um, to all of that in combination with his resurrection, which kind of lays the groundwork for him not just being a normal Lazarus effect, because the Lazarus effect is not very common. It's extremely rare. Like it doesn't happen very often. Like you should be buying a lottery ticket if it occurs. And it's just the fact that it's in combination with everything that he said.
Yeah, but even if you utilize the Lazarus effect, then when Jesus died on the cross, he never died for he like it's not a sacrifice because he came back to life. It's not a sacrifice. People who are sacrificed stay dead.
Oh, I actually I agree with you. So I'm a Gnostic Christian. I believe in the symbolicness of his death and resurrection, but I don't think that we are forgiven for our sins through his death like a normal Christian, if that
You
makes
mean
sense.
for Adam and Eve's sins?
What I'm saying is like like John 3:16 where it says um God sent his only son so that whomever should believe in him should have everlasting life.
Yeah. That says,
That
yeah, Peter.
yeah, yeah. That's like hinged on the concept that uh Jesus died so that we can be forgiven of our sins. I don't believe in that. I believe that that is a mistranslation of scripture. I think that Jesus died due to our sins, our make believe sins. He died temporally due to our, I mean, not even temporally. He didn't actually never die. He died in the sense
Yeah.
that in the 3D world, his body was not alive.
Yeah. Um. the. hmm. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I agree with you. Um. I just don't. Yeah. I'm sorry, but like the Christian theology is been the same for the last 2,000 years. Like it's not
Mm.
changed. The way that people who follow it have changed. You know, they've made up their own minds on what they want to interpret it from the Bible, but it's
Yeah.
always been the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the basic understanding of what I'm going to go ahead and just say what my understanding of what the Bible said was basically Jesus died for our eternal sins, and it's not our it's not it even if I could have been the most perfect person, because even babies, because remember they say he died for babies too. You know, if a
Mm.
baby dies, it goes to hell. So
Yeah.
uh it's not the sins that we did, it's for God's sin. That's why Jesus died, because he made the mistake of giving Adam and Eve the apple knowing that they were going to eat it. So basically he sent his son to die on the cross to forgive us, to forgive all of us or whatever, for the sin of him putting the tree in there in the first place, or
Mm.
punishing us for eating the tree, because now after they ate that fruit, all of our children have sinned. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
We
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
even do
I
nothing. We
don't
weren't
agree
even
with
born
that.
yet. Yeah, we're not even born yet, and we already sinned.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's
And
why
that's
Jesus was died on the cross. That's those are the sins that he died for.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you can't say he died for our sins if we hadn't even existed yet. And you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's very much like the Catholic doctrine, Protestant doctrine. That is not
Yeah,
like,
I came out Roman Catholic, Roman Catholic.
yeah, yeah. It's not like biblically stipulated in scripture that that is the case. It's rather just been interpreted that way, and then doctrine was built upon scripture to believe that that's what scripture is trying to say. I don't believe
I mean,
I don't believe
it,
in the concept of Jesus died for us to be forgiven. I think if he had not died, we still would have been forgiven. But I think that Jesus's quote unquote death, like his death, like in terms of like this 3D world that we live in, this physical
but you
flesh
said you
world.
believe in the Trinity, though, right?
Yes, I believe in the Trinity, yes.
So therefore, Jesus was God and the Holy Spirit, right?
Yes, I don't believe that he died.
Okay, that's fair. You're right. Well, I mean, the way how you explain it makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe he actually died. I don't think dying in the flesh is dying truly. I think dying in the spirit is true death. But I don't think anyone actually endures that. No one actually dies in the spirit.
Mm, okay. I mean, I'm gonna have to, that's gonna take some brainstorming down the road, but I'm listening.
Yeah. I don't yeah, so I don't believe in the sense of like a flesh death. Like or sorry, I don't believe in the concept of flesh death being true death. A true death would have to be a spiritual death in which like your spirit becomes non-existent.
You mean when your spirit leaves your body?
No, I'm saying like your spirit is deleted. That would be true death. Like your spirit is gone.
Oh, deleted.
Yeah,
Okay, I
your
thought you
spirit
said
would have to
deleted.
be deleted.
Yeah, but it can't delete. You can't delete the spirit. Like
Exactly. So you
it's
don't
what.
actually so that's my what I'm saying is in order for it to actually be like a true spiritual death, your spirit would have to be deleted.
Okay, so Jesus' spirit was deleted.
No, I think he was always living. Even after his bodily death on the
Oh, okay,
cross, he was still
I
living
thought you
after
did.
that.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to people, believing Jesus died on the cross.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
like the
No,
only
I
person that
understand.
actually said that.
No, I
Um,
understand.
yeah. That's different. I mean, I'm gonna. I've never actually looked at it
Because think about it.
to try to like, what if God, Jesus didn't die on the cross? How would this still make sense? I never thought of that.
No,
That's
because
new to
think
me.
about it. He went into the depths of hell and preached freedom to the captives. How was a dead man
I thought
doing
you.
that? It don't make no
Yeah, I
sense.
thought you said no. It wasn't you. Was it? Because I remember mentioning that in that argument, and two people were like, "No, that never happened. He never went to hell." And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like that
No,
like he
no.
went
He
to hell
went.
for 3 days."
Yeah, he went to hell and he preached freedom to the captives. But he was alive. He wasn't dead.
Maybe that was just the doorway for him to get to hell. I don't know. But yeah, I just I can't argue this because I haven't really looked at it from that point of view, or haven't even thought about it from that point of view. And I have to look at it and analyze it, and
Yeah.
use logic and reason to make it make sense. Right now, it makes sense to like you explaining it, but like I haven't thought of that at all. I have to like put it with the whole rest of the book, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
so yeah, I'm very different. I'm not a normal Christian. I recognize that. I'm not like a church-going Christian. A church-going
oh,
Christian
you're
is going to be
definitely not
very
a
much
Christian.
Bible thumpy, and they're going to be like, "Oh, this is literally what the word says," and they're not going to look any deeper than that. When literally Jesus was like, "I am the door. The only
I,
way to the
I
Father
think
is
the only
through me." But
thing.
he's not literally a door, right? Like a, Christians, a normal Christian does annoy
I
me.
thought he was supposed to be the light.
Oh, he is light, but what I'm saying is like when Jesus says, "I am the door, the only way to the Father is through me," he's not literally a wooden hinges door. You know what I'm saying? He uses symbology all the time.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. Like he's the light bringer. Jesus is the light bringer. He even said that, and I don't remember where he said that in the Bible, but he said, "I am the light bringer."
Oh, did he? I mean, I wouldn't be
The morning
surprised.
star. Yeah, the morning star. That's where the whole Luciferians come in. You're like, oh look, he's Lucifer. But yeah, he's the morning star. He brings the light so you can find God in the darkness.
Yeah, that doesn't even surprise me. I mean, I've never thought, well, okay, I take that back. When I was like in high school, younger, my mom was very religious, and I did believe that, Lucifer was equated to Satan. But I realized that they were two different beings. I mean, they're the same being, but like they were two different states. Like Lucifer is like the good or initial version of Satan, and Satan like turned into this bad person. And I think Satan still is Lucifer. He's just caught up in like these he is caught up in his like own selfish desires right now. But I think that is temporal. And I think at one point he will be forgiven for those things. I don't believe in the concept of Christian eternal damnation. That is not me. I don't believe in that. I believe that every person's redeemable, no matter what heinous, horrible thing that they've done or said or believed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the same thing Jesus
Um,
did. He hung around the sinners. It didn't matter what their sin was. He forgave them either way if they asked for forgiveness at some point.
well, yeah, I mean, just because you're a sinner doesn't make you a bad or dangerous person.
Yeah, but like a normal Christian is going to sit here and say that, oh yeah, if you commit sins and you don't get forgiven for them, you're going to hell, right?
Yeah.
And that's
As far as
eternal.
I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure, like when it explains hell in the Bible, it says it's a place far away from God. It doesn't say anything about fire or flames or any of that stuff. So I think that was just a fear mongering uh, during the early Christianity days to get
Yeah,
people to convert. Same thing with the King James when King James rewrote the King James Bible. He also wrote the Book of Demonology, which scares the fuck out of even me. I don't even read that book. I couldn't even get through that book without puking my fucking brains out. That was disgusting.
What was
But
it?
yeah,
Wait, what was it called?
the Book of Demonology.
Oh, is that based on Solomon?
No, it's based on demons and witchcraft and spells and stuff. That it's put out. King James wrote it. That's the big thing that everybody kind of ignores. King James wrote the Book of Demonology, but he also rewrote or translated the Bible into the King James Bible version.
Oh, this is
But
very interesting.
the
I'm
Book
gonna
of
have to look into this.
Demonology is disgusting, bro. Like sacrificing babies and eating them bro, it's disgusting.
I'm gonna have to look
Disgusting.
into
Like
this.
you don't. I'm sorry. I even brought that up to you. I should have even never even mentioned that to you.
I'm about to read it.
Because don't.
I'm buying
Because
it. I'm buying
bro,
it right now.
don't. Like it. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it, bro. Like that. Like I thought I was a hardcore Satanist and all this shit. When I read that book, I was like, holy fuck. I didn't even know a person would actually write some shit like this down. Like that's what really made me like, King James. King James is this fucking crazy, dude. You read this fucking book? So they're like, well, he read like I do the King James Bible. I'm like, yeah, but I think that's all. Like since King James read it, or since King James translated into his point of view of
Hmm.
understanding of what the Bible says, I after reading the book of or just a piece of the dick, I didn't go through the whole thing, dude. I
I
couldn't.
just bought it.
I couldn't. Seriously?
Yes, I'm gonna read it.
Read it with a priest.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That bad?
Don't read it by yourself.
But wait, hold on. So you don't believe in God, but you're telling me to read it with a priest?
So the priest can explain to you why it's fucking about to make you puke your brains out and explain like, cause,
But I
bro,
can do
like
that with a
I'm telling
doctor.
you, the worst. This is like one of the worst books ever written, huh?
I said, but I can do that with a doctor.
Do it with a doctor. Do it with a priest. Do it with somebody who can mentor you through it. Is what I'm
Okay.
saying.
It was only $12, so I was like, whatever, I'll just buy it.
Yeah. I would have just read it for free. I'm not paying $12 for that fucking book ever.
Got
Dude,
4.5
just
stars.
take precaution, man. Like, I mean, I don't know how. Like, this is just me how I responded to the book. I responded to the book like, holy shit, like, like, I can't even finish reading it. Like
Hmm.
other people, they like to, the same people. Like, for instance, I don't like watching, going on the black web and watching people like commit suicide and people kill each other, rape each
Oh
other, all
yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
There's people out there that like that shit. You know what I mean? So
Mm,
they can read it. Like me, I can't read that shit. I don't enjoy watching that shit. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I that shit gave me nightmares. I already seen enough. I don't want to see no more guts. I don't want to hear about that shit. But at the same time, like when I read it, it was when I was during my debates and all that stuff, and some
yeah.
Satanists came up to me and all talking about, oh, you got to read this book or whatever, and I was like, oh, what book are you talking about? And then he started reading, and I was like, that's sick. That's not in it. And so I went into, I think it was Amazon, whatever the thing that lets
Mm.
you read
So you
your
think
books or
it's
whatever.
so you think it's like a
Yeah.
morally bad book to read, like it's morally wrong?
Uh. Yeah. Well, yeah. By a long shot, it's morally well. No, it's not morally wrong to read it, but the stuff that is
In
preached
it?
in the book is morally wrong.
Okay.
Uh, yeah.
Would you say
Beyond.
like objectively it's morally wrong, or just like in your opinion, or
What do you mean objectively? Like my objection?
I mean like when I say objectively, it's like outside of like human opinion, like no matter what anybody says, it is wrong.
That's where the that like I said, man, like that's where you got to find the balance. That shows you where your balance is. Like some people that they read this book, they think they know what evil is, and then they don't know what, there's always something worse out there, bro.
Hmm.
Um,
Do you think
but
evil is like morally objectively wrong?
no,
Okay. So you think that evil, so then you think like evil is can be objectively right or
no, I think evil is necessary for the balance of this reality of understanding a living, how things work. Uh, you need evil to understand to for anything to be good.
hmm. Do you think there could be a conceptually logical world where evil did not exist, but only good did?
Well, I think that if a world that did not have evil in it would be a world that did not have uh uh um what is it that God gave us?
Free
Again,
will.
free will. It would be a world that is not a free will because you would not be able to uh uh you would not be able to act evil towards another person.
Do you, and
But
would what if prior to entering into that world where you didn't have free will, what if prior to that you did have free will and you were in a separate world in which your decisions determined whether or not you would enter into a world where there would be no free will to commit evil acts?
there has to be free will to commit evil acts, dude. Like, because if there's no evil, then there's no good. If there's no good, then there's no evil. There's a balance. You have to find your balance of understanding of what is good and evil to effectively make the choices of what you see as morally right or wrong.
So I disagree. I think like our current like world that we live in, like we like basically like we make decisions and they determine our outcome and we might return back to like the concept of samsara again. We might return back to this world if we're a shitty person or maybe we don't live up to the standard in which God created us for originally. But if we live up to the standard in which God created us for originally, we can exit this state of samsara in which we live eternally with him. Yes, we give up free will, but we chose that in the life prior.
So you want to? You're saying that our morality comes from God?
Yes, I think that morality is objectively rooted in God.
Um, I don't. I think that's probably one of, well, that you have to define God, but yeah, I see where you're coming from,
Hmm.
but you have to define God because remember earlier we said that all human beings are part of God, therefore all of us have God in us. And
Yeah,
if that's where if you want to use that to say that's what how all of us are aware of what our morals are or have some kind of understanding of the same morals,
yeah.
then I guess you could argue that. But at the same time, if you got one side of the world where rape is just common and is regularly known and people kind of just gaff it
Hmm.
off, or in another part of the world where they eat human beings, there's cannibals and that's just normal, like that. Or another part of the world where women have absolutely no fucking rights and they go and buy some religion, like that's their morality, but at the same
But
time, if God is saying, "Oh, all of our moralities are the same," then if there was a God that gave all of us a moral morality of what is correct and what is incorrect or right or wrong or good or evil, then therefore all of us would be agreeing with each other.
but a lot of us do agree with each other, and I think when like say for instance like 95 to 90% of the world you would agree murder is wrong. But
Well, I mean, okay. I'm sorry, but you gotta get you gotta get down to what murder is, dude. Because like
It's
a
the
lot of people
unlawful
can say
killing of another human being.
the unlawful. So it has to
Yes.
be unlawful of what
Yes.
law?
Yes.
What law? What law is which is it man's law or is it the law of the Ten Commandments?
It can be both, but um, I would say first and foremost the law of the land, and then the law of the Ten Commandments for the person who isn't like a religious person. Most country, I like other than like maybe Somalia, most countries stipulate that murder is wrong. Like you
Well,
can't
I
just murder
mean,
someone
why not?
because it's illegal.
To the man.
Yeah, but also to God. But what
What
I'm
if God tells you to go murder somebody?
if God tells me to go murder someone?
If God tells you to go kill some people, is he telling you to murder them or is that no longer murder? That's something else.
If is he telling me to kill someone or to go murder someone? Because those are two different things. Killing someone and murdering someone is two different things.
Um okay, so thy shall not kill. Does that count as thy shall not murder as well?
I believe that the correct interpretation of the Ten Commandments is thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. Like basically, you can kill someone if they pull a gun on you. Like you have full right to blast their brains out. Like if they pull a gun on you, just in
Hmm.
self defense. Like that's not murder. That's self defense. But yes, you killed them, but it's not murder.
Okay, so when you kill a hun or when you kill two people for the sake of when you murder, okay, when you murder two people for the sake of 100 people, so you kill two and 100 survive, is that wrong?
Are these like innocent people?
Yeah.
In that situation, I would have committed a wrong, yes. It would be wrong for me to kill those two people.
So if you would have let those two people live, then the other 100 would have died. So like,
Right.
you see where I'm getting at it?
Yes,
Like,
but the person who killed those 100 people wasn't me.
of course it was. You
I
had the
didn't kill
choice.
those 100 people directly. Maybe
Yeah.
indirectly, but not
Okay.
directly.
Yeah, indirectly. So you don't think so you think that murder is only directly, it's not indirectly?
Yes, I have to directly be the cause of death. If someone else like directly kills 100 people due to my actions, it's their problem. They murdered those 100 people.
Yeah, but if you knew that that person was going to go murder those people, isn't that on you as well?
I mean, no, it's not. Because that, so here's my thing is that why is that person killing 100 people? It, let's focus on that person who's killing those 100 people. Is what he doing wrong?
What is the guy who killed those people doing wrong?
Yeah, the 100 people, like directly.
He's murdering people. Yeah, he's doing something wrong. Yes.
So then why is the weight of the moral decision on me rather than him? He's the
Because
one
he
committing the
was
wrong.
yeah, but you're the one in command because you had the choice of making him changing his mind
No,
and
no, no, no,
saying
no,
no.
no. He's still in command. He can choose whether or not to kill those 100 people.
Uh yes and no. You're partially right. I mean I agree with you. Yeah, it's his choice. To he can make the choice to not shoot,
Yeah,
not kill him or
that's
whatever.
my point. I'm not the person committing evil there. It's him.
yeah, but if he wants to, what's the word I'm looking for? Project that responsibility onto you, then you, shit. You can hear me still? Hello?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
All right, I just dropped my phone. I gotta find it. It's dark out. I can't see shit.
I can still hear
Okay, I
you.
found it.
Is your
All right.
is
Sorry
your
about that.
electricity still out?
Yep, it's gonna be out till it's been out for 2 days now.
Bro, what's your phone percentage at?
It's at 59. I have a solar charge.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. One
Yeah.
second. One second.
Yeah. Damn, dude, really? Seriously? I just fucked that shit up. Damn. And how did I even? Oh, because I can't see shit. We're good. I got plenty of time. But yeah, like, yeah, I'm sorry, but I need a better example of telling. Like, what was that example? Okay, yeah, when he comes back, I'll hit him with that. Ugh. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, that's why I dropped all that shit. Okay. It's hot as a motherfucker. God damn. I just want AC. I'm also kind of hungry. Uh,
Ugh. All right, I'm back.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought of an example. All right. So when a bully, you know, when a bully picks on a kid, right?
Hmm.
Um, and so you're in school and this bully's like your friend, and he goes off and he picks on this kid, and he's been picking on him for years and years and years and years and whatever, and nobody really helps this kid. He just gets picked on, right?
Hmm.
Uh this kid snaps, right? He's like he snaps. He literally snaps to the point where everybody gets that kind of feeling like, okay, it's probably should be he's about to flip a bitch, all right? And
Hmm.
say that that kid goes and shoots up the fucking school, right? Now, whose fault was it that he, like, anybody could have stopped it. Anybody could have stopped picking on the kid. Anybody could have stopped the bully from picking on him. Anybody could have stepped in, but nobody stepped in. Everybody minded their own business.
Hmm.
Now you got a shootout in the school, and he killed like 50 kids.
Yeah.
Are you saying that that kid solely him and him alone is the only ones who murdered anybody? Because that's where you and me are different. See, if if someone sort of, and another one is someone commits suicide and you know that they're going to commit suicide, and you know this person, and everybody, like three of your friends know that that person's going to commit suicide,
Hmm.
and yet they still are nagging them and snagging them, and you
Yeah.
can, they're your friends, they'll listen to you,
Hmm.
and then that person commits suicide the next day. How are all three of you not guilty of murder?
Yeah, so I think where I differ is that the school shooter, he is guilty of murder, but the bullies are guilty of, I guess, I don't know what that sin would be. What would be a, would it be being,
Accomplice.
say it again?
Accomplice.
Not accomplice, like accomplice to murder isn't like a sin in the Bible. I'm trying to think of like what that would be equitable in the Bible. I guess not being not treating thy neighbor as thyself. So they'd be guilty
Not
of a
true.
different sin is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Like
treat
the
those
school
how they.
shooter is guilty of murder, but the bullies are guilty of a completely different crime, like basically. if that makes sense.
Yes, but they had the ability to stop it.
They
They had the ability to stop the bully. They had the ability to like how like if I watch a if I could push if someone's standing on the train tracks, right,
mhm.
and I could push the person off the train track and save myself and save that person, but I didn't. Is it and I just let it happen? How are you like? Where in your moral comprehension could you walk away and say, I'm not guilty of anything, it's not my fault, like when you know you could have done something to prevent it? Like,
But
is
but if
that,
you're
are you
pushing
not,
someone in
how
front
are
of a
you
like
not
a
accomplice?
but if you're pushing someone in front of a train, that's murder.
No, 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 no. I'm saying they're already in the train. They're committing suicide, right, or something. They're getting
Yeah.
or an accident. They accidentally walked in there, like, and you all you have to do is push them out the way and step out of the way of the train, and and then you save both their lives. But you decide not to.
Hmm.
Is that not murder on you?
No, because that took the initiative to stand in front of the train. If you walk up to that person and you don't push them out of the way, that doesn't equate to murder.
Is that killing them?
No, you didn't have any participation in putting that person on those train tracks. Like
But
that
the
person who walked up and said, "Hey, why are you on the train tracks?" didn't put them there. Like he was already there. He chose to be there. Therefore, the person who
yeah, but
walked
he
up to him
chose
and
to
said,
be there for a reason. He didn't just all of a sudden one day, like, I'm gonna go step on the train tracks, right?
"Sure,
So whatever led him to the point, and in the
mm,
earlier stories and in the earlier scenarios I was mentioning, you have your accomplices, your friends are the ones are the reasons of why he went on that train track, and you could have stopped them from harassing him so he would have never stepped on the train tracks. You know what I mean? But you didn't, and it did happen. So therefore, how could you in your own mental mind comprehend that you are not guilty or you are not affected? Like you could have done something, but you didn't, and now that person's dead.
well, so there's a difference between I believe in a difference between direct cause and like indirect cause. The direct cause is the person themselves walking in front of that train track. That was their own personal decision and choice. While I believe it's sad they chose that, and I think that life gives us tests all the time, like of like just to test our mental spiritual fortitude to see if we can make it through this life and exit samsara. And I think that
So
that person
so that
chose that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But so is that why is so because I'm getting the feeling that you're utilizing kill instead of murder to justify when God gives a command to kill. And then well, obviously, like for instance the Canaanites, he ordered, I think it was
Hmm.
Abraham, or yeah, Abraham to, was it Abraham? He ordered somebody to go and kill the Canaanites, right?
Yeah.
uh, because they were all filthy and dirty and they're sinners or whatever.
Well, there was
Like,
more than that. Hold on. There was so okay. I don't believe in like the genocide of the Old Testament. I believe that the Old Testament God was evil. But a
okay,
normal
well that okay
Christian,
that
a normal Christian will argue that okay, the Canaanites, they would put their babies in a molten hot uh idol for Moloch made of like metal and burn them inside of it as a human sacrifice, and the drummers would beat so loud that they could drown out the mother's cries for their babies being burned. This is scripture, by the way. That the babies of the mothers being burned could not be heard. The drummers would beat super loud on their drums. So basically, you have the Canaanites committing human sacrifice, and God is stepping in and taking action. There is a dichotomy here in which if God does nothing, an atheist or any person would be angry. He'd be like, "What the fuck, God? You're just letting human sacrifice occur over and over." But because God steps in and stops it, people are having issue with it. You get what I'm saying? Like there's a dichotomy there of if God is damned if he does, and God is damned if he doesn't step in. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying that those people deserve to be punished, therefore God had every right to send Abraham, I believe it was Abraham, to to destroy them and take their wives and daughters and all that other shit, right?
I'm saying that's the normal Christian point of view, is that yes, they were committing human sacrifice, and that a sort of civilization that's committing human sacrifice, especially of babies, should be wiped off the face of the earth. That is the normal Christian point of view.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my argument would be, isn't Jesus Christ a sacrifice, and isn't Jesus Christ the Son of God? So therefore, he sacrificed his son on like. I
Yeah.
mean, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that works for a normal Christian, but I'm just telling you what like a normal Christian, like a normal
Yeah, 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 yeah.
baby Christian would say to you.
Yeah. So like that's sort of like you got to find the. That's what I was trying to say in the beginning. You got to find a balance because like that was your balance. Like your balance and my balance aren't really alike, but at the same time we both have an understanding, you know. But once you find your like the balance, you'll understand the purpose of evil, which was right when what you described was evil uh
Hmm.
to take over evil.
Can I ask you a question? When
Yeah.
you reach the ninth dimension and you
The ninth,
say like
the
you
what?
live in the dimension in which like God himself resides,
Right.
do you think that the concept of evil will exist there?
It has to.
That's where I disagree. I don't think evil as a concept or even like realistically in that dimension will exist.
Well, I mean, well, okay, sorry. I'm thinking about this Earth. Sorry, I'm still in the fourth dimension. So you talk about the ninth dimension,
Yeah, like
like
where
I
God
don't.
resides.
Yeah, yeah. That's something that I'm not. I cannot even. I can't even understand the fifth and sixth dimension. Well, I can understand them. Okay, the seventh dimension I don't understand. Seventh, eighth, and ninth dimension I do not understand. So there's I can't give you an answer. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Can I also ask you something else? Because
Yeah, man, you
for
can ask me whatever.
because for me, like moral values have to be rooted in something infinite. Um, so I'm gonna read you like the one of the more common moral arguments for like theists. It goes like this. If God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. Objective moral values and duties do exist, therefore a God exists.
I have to disagree with that because objective moral values are more and suited to how we understand of what's best for us as human beings to live amongst each other and be
So that sounds
civil.
subjective. So you believe in subjective moral values. So like basically,
No, no, I'm just saying that that's how the world works.
so like you can't sit here and say what Adolf Hitler did was objectively wrong.
I can say what he did may have been correct to Hitler and to rest of whoever else wanted to believe that shit. Like,
Mm.
but you can't go up to them and say that you are evil people because you did this when it was in their nature to an understanding to do so.
But do you think that there is objective morals, like
Oh
murder
yeah,
is
I'll have
wrong
my
in
own
general?
objective morals. I'll have my own morals, objective morals, my own my own point of view of morality. of what you did, but at the same time, I can't sit there and be like, well, that's evil. Like to me, it might be evil, but to them, I already know. You can sit there and argue all day, and they're just gonna be like, I don't, it's not evil. And like
Yeah.
they could tell me that eating croissant bread is evil. You know what I mean? They really believe it's evil. You're gonna burn in hell and blah blah blah. Like I'm never going to believe that shit. You know what I mean?
So okay, so you can't say definitely that something is morally evil.
No, nothing is morally equal. Like everything
No,
is
evil.
everything. All
No, I'm
morals are
saying
within
evil,
our.
not equal. I'm saying evil, like
Oh,
EVIL.
evil. Okay. What did you say again? What
My
was the
question is,
question?
so you can't. I'm asking you. I'm just trying to clarify. So right now, you can't say that anything is morally evil, like any action.
No.
Okay, that's where I
That's and
disagree.
that's coming. Well, I mean, it's that's just what it is. Like evil, like because all right. So evil, like just define evil. Define evil for me, please.
It's nothing.
Okay. Define evil from regular human beings' point of view, not us Gnostics.
Okay, it is a. See, that's hard to do because evil, in my sense, has to be rooted in like a concept of a god and goodness. Like it has to be. Like that's how you can understand that what evil is. But I mean, for an atheist, I would say it's something that you would detest internally, and also a majority of the world would detest internally. Like most people on the earth detest murder, rape, and like there's all sorts of a robbery. Like there are all sorts of crimes that most people on the earth, like 80 to 90, sometimes 95% agree that I would say 95% agree on all three of those things, that those are those are wrong. That's objective
Okay.
for me.
Okay. Is it wrong or is it evil? Because those are different.
I think those are equitable. I think wrong and evil are equitable.
Well, you can do something wrong and it doesn't have to be evil.
Um, are you are you saying like in terms of like I take a test and I answer the wrong answer?
No, I'm saying like you can do an accident, you know, and it's not evil. Like for instance, you
Hmm.
believe somebody like uh uh for instance, somebody comes in and they move some of my stuff, and I think they stole something. I can go back and I say, "Give me my stuff back," and they'll be like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and I punch them in the face, right?
But
And then I beat them up. You know what I
but
mean?
so if you
That's
do
not
something,
evil.
but if you do something by accident, it's an honest mistake.
Okay, so you're saying if it's not an accident and you know what you're doing, you're completely aware of
Yeah.
you're doing something wrong.
Yes.
Um, uh, that's the thing. They would have to believe they were doing something wrong. That's what I was
Hmm.
saying earlier. Like that's it's every human being is morals are separate. Like they're not like yeah, a lot of us kind of agree on the same stuff, but like our morals are never ever ever going to be the same.
But I'm saying
Just like
like say
our
like the
understanding of time is never, huh?
so what I'm saying is like say like the cannibal person. Like if you sat
Yeah.
them down and you were like, "Yo, you ate a member of your tribe. Like, how do you feel about that?" And like you actually dissected their brain, they're going to be like they're going to come to the conclusion that it is wrong. It's just no one has pressed them on it.
No. Why would they? Why would they come to the conclusion that it was wrong if they have been doing it for centuries and it's past their generation? It's gonna go right in the future. No, they don't live in our society in our real world. They're completely cut off from
No,
whatever.
I
They don't
agree
know
with
about
that.
Jesus. They don't know anything about any of that stuff.
No, I agree with that. But at some point prior to that, they definitely felt wrong. But also, if you press them on it, they're going to feel wrong at some point if you press them on it. Just nobody
Yeah, but
presses
at
them
the
on it
same
because
time, people.
it's their society and no one presses anybody on that stuff because it's normalized.
Yeah, it's normalized exactly. So
Yeah,
therefore, they're not going to see it as wrong.
right. But if like a normal person like you or me started pressing on them on it, I think that they would find, oh yeah, what I initially felt. I think that every person at some point initially before they do something wrong, they initially have the feeling that it is wrong. And, but then it becomes normalized to them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you talk about it becoming a habit to do something that's wrong.
Yeah, but originally they felt it was wrong. Like they ate their first person and like this feels fucking weird. Like 100%. Like there's no way that they didn't feel that shit wasn't weird that first time. Like let's be real. Like if you ask, I'm sure if you ask a cannibal like what did it feel like to eat a person that first time, they're gonna be like it felt weird, but like obviously it tastes good to me, but like it didn't feel right at the time. But like I just kept doing it. Like that's the majority of
So,
cannibal stories I hear.
okay, so are you demonizing the cannibalism, or are you demonizing the people that are eating human beings?
I'm demonizing the cannibalism.
Okay, so when someone say a plane crashed out in the mountain in the freezing cold, and like three people died, and you have no food, you have to eat something. Are you saying that the need for them to eat their relatives is evil
I
at
think
that point?
that I think that it is evil, but I also believe that there is a hierarchy to evil. The same way that Jesus said, the person who brought me before you today has committed a greater sin, um, to Pontius Pilate. That would mean that there are levels to like sins being worse than others. So basically, someone who is eating another person out of necessity is not as bad as someone eating a person out of leisure and out of gluttony, if that makes sense.
What if the person wanted to be eaten? When I die, guys, eat me. I want to be a part of you.
I think that that is um, insignificant in terms of whether or not it's wrong or not, because it's not like,
How so? They're still doing the same thing. It's still cannibalism.
yeah, it's still cannibalism, but it's still leisure or it's still necessity. It depends on the situation. Like that person themselves. Like, are they eating you out of leisure and because they think it tastes good and they just want to eat people? Or is it like they're eating you because you're in a plane crash and there's nothing else to eat? Like, there's a level to evilness that even Jesus says the person who brought me before you has committed a greater sin believes. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like, I believe that both of them are wrong, but there is one that is worse.
So you found your balance then?
What do you mean by
You
found
found
my
your
balance?
balance. Your balance. Like you got to find out what is like because yeah, at first it was evil, but in case this situation happens, it changes from evil. The balance changed.
No, it's still evil. It's just not as evil.
Yeah, that's the balance changing. because it's not the same thing. There's one sentence that says it's evil, and then the next sentence says it's not as evil. They're not the same thing.
Yeah, they're not as evil, but that doesn't mean that they're balanced. Like they're not like balanced 50% good, 50% evil.
Uh,
That would mean balance.
yeah, I think that's probably the difference between me and you of me understanding evil and what it is and why we need it, and then people who like want to believe that the whole world should be good to each other and there would be no evil. This place would be a better place if there was no evil. It's like, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It would suck for everyone. You might as well go. You might as well just kill yourself and go to heaven. You know what I mean? Because it'd be the same thing.
Wait. Say that again.
So, basically, some people there's people out there that think that keep on saying like, oh, if we had world peace and everybody got along and everybody loved each other, it would be awesome and there would be no evil and the world would be perfect. Well, then what's the point of going to heaven if heaven's here on earth?
Heaven is here on earth.
Nah, bro. Like heaven's only in yourself. Like it's not here on earth.
So,
Human beings are fucking horrible to each other.
okay, when I say, okay, hold on. Have you read the Gospel of Thomas?
It's been so long since I read that, bro. Like
Okay.
like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. It's just that was like way back in 2020, like during same time during the COVID. The fuck.
So in the Gospel of Thomas, it says that the kingdom of heaven is scattered upon the earth.
Yeah, scattered.
Right. So it's on earth.
Didn't it say the kingdom is of heaven is scattered on the among the earth amongst the people?
No, it said, well, so Jesus said the kingdom of God is within you.
Yeah,
And
that's where I'm going is
yeah.
the
But
kingdom of God is
we
within
as humans are scattered upon the earth.
you. Yeah. Um. Uh. Basic. Yeah. All right. So it, you gotta understand the evil side of nature of mankind, and understanding why it's necessary. Evil has to be necessary because all right, so I don't know, I explained that already.
So this is the scripture from the Gospel of Thomas. It says, his disciples said to him, "When is the kingdom going to come?" Jesus then said, "It is not by being waited for that it is going to come. They are not going to say, 'Here it is,' or 'There it is.' Rather, the kingdom of the Father has spread out over the earth, and people do not see it."
Well, yeah, that would make sense if you really want to go into the ninth dimension. Yeah, that would make perfect sense.
Right. People don't see it, but it is scattered upon the earth.
I mean, yeah, if you want to go logically and reasonably that make that exist, then yeah, you'd have to break it into the another dimension there where we cannot comprehend.
I'm not saying we can't comprehend, but we cannot visually see it with our human physical eyes because I don't believe the physicality of our existence, quote unquote, is real.
I think that we can't comprehend it because if anybody was able to comprehend it, they'd be able to show to somebody else the proof and the evidence. Therefore, making it, they'd get a Nobel Prize or something. You know what I mean? Like everybody would know about it.
So,
So I don't think that.
so if you comprehended that someone else murdered someone else, would you be able to show it to them, like to another person, just by pure comprehension that you knew that someone else murdered someone else?
that sentence doesn't. That question doesn't really make sense. So if I comprehend that someone else murdered, if I understand that someone else murdered somebody else, then what?
Yeah, because you're saying if someone can comprehend that God existed, he should be able to show someone else that he exists. My question to you is, okay, if someone can comprehend that someone murders someone else, shouldn't you be able to show a whole nother person that that person killed another person?
Jeez, you lose me at the very end. Like, this
I'm
is a
sorry.
long.
All right,
Okay, so
so you said, okay, so you said that um I don't even remember what you said at this point.
I'm saying that.
I'm recording this thing so you can watch it back, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I record for YouTube, and I may or may
That's
not
fine.
post it. I'm not sure yet.
I don't think I've embarrassed myself at all.
No, you've been logically consistent for the most part. You're not like Alice Reggie. There are people
Yeah.
who mute and kick people, and like they can't logically try
Narcissistic
to.
sociopath.
Sorry, go ahead.
He, I said narcissistic sociopath.
Oh, 100%. No, you're not like that. No, you actually try to remain logically consistent, which I appreciate.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember like that shit pissed him off because he kept on trying to say, "Oh, you believe in God, you believe in God," and I was like, dude, I don't believe in God. I already told you that." And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's right. He can't. So he can't. He couldn't go after me the same way he went after everybody else. But at
He
the same
couldn't
time,
go
because
after
you
me
don't believe
either
in who you
because
are.
I didn't believe in the literal interpretation of scripture. And so he kept asking me about the Bible. I'm like, I don't believe in the literal interpretation of scripture. Like he
Oh
kept
yeah,
asking, go ahead.
after talking with you, I figured that out.
Yeah, I don't believe in the literal interpretation of scripture all the time. I think
Yeah.
there are times where the literal interpretation of scripture is valid, but like not all the time is it valid because Jesus said, I am the door. He is not literally a door. So I think there are times in the Bible where clearly symbology is being used and it's not meant to be literally read and interpreted as being literal.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. There was a lot of mistakes that he had in his argument. But he just like brushed it off. Like, no, I'm right and you're wrong. Like, and I'm just sitting there like, no, actually, they're actually right. Like when they were talking about Jesus, the existence of Jesus, and he's like, there's no evidence that Jesus ever existed, and nothing whatsoever. And I was like, bullshit. There's like tons of evidence that somebody named Jesus
Yes,
existed from back then.
most his
There's plenty of evidence for that.
it's like 80 or 90% of historians agree that Jesus as a person existed. People can try and fight out about whether or not he, resurrected, but a majority of historians will tell you that he existed and he was a real person.
Yeah. Or that is see I believe, or what was the word you used earlier, probable or
Plausible?
plausible. Yeah, I think it's plausible that Jesus existed. Yeah, I mean, I still can't like come up with, because I don't have all that stuff with me. I'm not no Bible historian, or like jumping like someone who collects all the evidence or anything like that. But at the same time, I've seen enough scripture and evidence to know that some parts of the Bible are most definitely true,
Mhm,
even when they're like twisted and all that stuff. Like, because when I was trying to mention about when Moses crossed the Red Sea,
mhm,
and he said no, that never happened. I was like, bullshit, dude. We know it happened. We know that happened. That is 100% that happened.
mhm,
Like, the Jews came from somewhere. You know what I mean?
mhm.
So like they didn't just appear out of nowhere. And then
So you
uh,
believe in the historicity of the Bible?
if it matches with up to date archaeology and science, yes.
Yeah, no, I agree with the historicity of the Bible 100%. Like the Old Testament to New Testament throughout. The historicity is there.
Yeah. And then that's the other side. That's the logical side of me. The atheist side of me is more like, all right, so if you want to make this possible, or not possible, but acceptable and understandable logically and reasonably, then you got to search for the clues to make that happen. But it's not. But it's that's you. You are searching for an excuse. So like when I'm searching for an excuse, I have no bounds to project that excuse to others and say this is fact, logical, or what's the word I'm looking for? True.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, like I'm from. So I utilize. That's the how I say this. That's where the Gnostic. That's how I can use Gnostic, and I can use Satanist, and I can use atheist. But at the same time, I'm not any of those all in one. You know what I mean? I'm a mixture
Yeah.
of all three. So like same thing with you. You're a Christian, right? You believe in the Trinity, right?
Yes.
Okay, therefore you are a Christian, but you do not follow, you're a Christian that does not follow everything that's written in the Bible verbatim.
Uh, yes. Like, yeah, verbatim, as in, like, literally, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, like that's what I was saying was like everybody needs to find the balance. Their balance. Like you found your balance in Gnosticism. I found my balance as in Gnosticism as well as Satanism and atheism, because that's my balance of understanding. My morality comes
Mm.
from a basic understanding of what is expected of me, of good and evil, or what you know what I mean. Like how do I explain this? Uh,
I will
it's
say
it's
I follow the Bible, um, in terms of the symbolic nature of what it means. That is what I follow. I don't,
yeah,
because the
symbolic, but
Bible, a lot of it is symbolic, um, narratives and stories. Like, for instance, like when Jesus is telling parables, they're not literal stories that actually occurred. Like, they're hypotheticals the entire way. Like the story of the the what's it, the prodigal son. Like, that wasn't an actual real person, but it could be. Like, it's not. Um, and there's a ton of parables that Jesus spoke about that weren't literal real people. Um, but they still have weight and truth in them.
yeah, yeah, I understand how you look at the Bible. I had to get to know you a little bit better, but now now that I know you and I've had a spoken with you, now I understand like how you uh, interpret the Bible for your own morals of contempt.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be like I don't need the Bible to be literally true. Like this event happened and this event occurred for it to be true in terms of like overall objective reality of things. I don't need it to be that this said person with this said name had to have existed during this said time. I rather need like the morals or the purpose of life, objectively, um is true today at the same time as in the Bible and what the Bible is trying to convey, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand that, dude. But I think we're very. That's why like I have Gnostic and you have Gnostic in the name. Like we think very alike, but at the same time I have Satanist in it, and so it's gonna make it a little bit different and add atheism and Satanism in it, and but at the same time, I still think we're like beating down the same path of understanding.
Yeah, no, we're very similar. Like we're like 90% similar. We agree on a lot.
Yeah, basically, yeah, based on the text, and I just think that evil is necessary. You need evil in this world to really cherish the good things that are in this world. Because
In
if
this world,
evil things didn't happen, you wouldn't like all the good things wouldn't really necessarily be good.
yeah, the key word the key word is or the key couple words is in this world. But is there a conceivable logical world in which evil does not exist, but only good exists?
I mean, but that isn't that heaven? Isn't that what you're saying? Heaven was a place that where evil was not did not thrive,
Yes.
and it's just good. Everything is good there, right?
Yes.
So there's no more learning, there's no more struggles, there's no more pain, there's no more
But
uh
but how do you learn about nothing? And how do you experience nothing, which would be pain? So how do like you get what I'm saying? Like that only exists in this 3D world. But once as you ascend
are
into
you
these higher dimensions,
are you
you
talking about
won't
sin or evil?
both. I think they're one and the same.
Yeah, I think we're probably separate right there. But like cuz evil to me evil is like basic things like an animal. Like you got to go back to the animal. Get out of the humans. You know what I mean? Like evil. Evil is not just human beings. It could be animals too,
Mm.
aliens, whatever the hell it is. Like something that bad that happens to something else, where one doesn't feel so great afterwards, and the other one feels dominant or whatever. Like that's evil. Like um, for instance, but sometimes that has to happen for something good to happen or for things to thrive. Like would you consider dying evil? When someone dies, is that evil?
You're saying like due to like natural causes?
Well, I'm just saying, like we when we're born, we live, we die, and then we return to the earth, right?
Hmm. Uh, okay, wait. So you're talking reincarnation now?
Well, I'm not really going into reincarnation. I'm just just actual facts. That's what happens. I'm not talking about coming back to life after you die. I'm saying we are born in the world, and then we live our life, and then we die, and then we return to the earth.
But
So when
that's
we
not.
die, is that evil?
But what you just said before then sounds like reincarnation.
No. Reincarnated would be like after you die, you turn into like something like a butterfly. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're
Like I'm not.
returning to the earth.
Yeah. Well, no, you are returning to the earth. We get buried back in the earth and we rot.
But that's not. But you said you die and then you. I guess if you're saying return to the earth isn't just being buried, that's different. But okay. Sorry, repeat your question.
So okay. So basically, when you live, you're born, right? Which is a good thing. Everybody says that's a good thing. I
Yeah.
mean, is it? I can even hit that part. I can go in reverse. You know what I mean? I can go just because someone's born. Is that a good thing?
Um, being born into the flesh. Is that what you're asking? Is that a good thing?
Yeah, being born into the flesh is that a good thing?
I think that it is a good thing because we started from a dimension before the third dimension, and this is our ascension through the multiple dimensions.
Okay, so if you're born with a disease, or if you're born with something that's wrong with you that's going to make you die within the next like 5 years, is that a good thing?
Uh, So you're saying like a disease that okay, so you're born with a disease that kills you within 5 years, and is
Yeah,
that a good thing?
it doesn't even have to be a disease. If you know you're gonna die within 5 years after you're born, if your parents know that you're gonna be dead within the next 5 years, is that a good thing that that they should go ahead and go out with the pregnancy and they should have the child?
Yes, because why the so okay, so to give you some context, my sister my sister prior to her being born, my mom was told that she would be autistic if she was born. She turned out perfectly fine. So medical professionals don't always have a good prediction on outcomes of life, but they do have good. They're able to 95 to 90% of the times they're pretty good at being able to like diagnose someone with something, but they're not good at determining an outcome of a life. You get what I'm saying? Like I could say, oh yeah, this person has cancer, or this person has ADHD, or this person has this that thing, but they're not very good at being like, oh yeah, this person will be like this, or this person will only live for so long. They will only have 3 weeks to live. Like they're not good at prediction. They're good at telling you how something is in the moment.
Okay, so when they are born, right? Don't the parents sit there and decide, have a conversation or whatever, and decide, do we want to keep the child or not?
Yes.
Okay, so if they decide to keep the child, is that a sin? And if they decide to kill the child, is that a sin?
Killing the child is obviously a sin. Keeping the child
Okay,
is obviously
if
not a
the
sin because
if the
you are
keep
trusting the word of man over the word of God. If you do not have like faith that the child will come out
there's
good,
no
then they won't
there,
because you're trusting the word of man, which is
yeah,
the
there's no
doctor.
way that they have and there's what how are you going to get the word of God? Where's that coming from? Other than the Bible.
The word of God is well, it's hard for someone who doesn't, I guess, have like an exposure to the Bible to understand what the word of God would look like. But the word of God is hope. So that person who hears that like their child might end up I guess dying in 5 years should have hope.
Yeah, they're gonna die. They're
Here's a
gonna
good
die. We
example.
all everybody knows it's gonna happen.
So
So bringing them
well
into
you
existence just within
so
5 years, is that a sin or is
so
that a blessing?
wait. So you're saying, oh, the doctor knows this?
I'm just saying it's a fact. We like the doctor knows it. Everybody like God knows it. Everybody knows the child's gonna die in 5 years. They correctly predicted the right analysis of the child's disease or whatever the hell they got that's gonna make
Yeah.
them have a horrible life for 5 years.
The but the So hold on. So you're saying because the child would exist for 5 years and not have an optimal life as another person, they should just die.
Why would you want to bring someone alive into the world uh, where they're gonna be completely, you know, out of it, like in pain 24/7. They're not gonna survive. They're not gonna live. They're gonna be able to. They're at the very young age. They're gonna have to say goodbye to their parents. They
But
understand death more than the old people in their 60s. Like, why would you put somebody through that, right? Especially wouldn't it be more an idea and be like, okay, let's just destroy the egg, let's just destroy the fetus, right? Or I'm not I don't want to go into the fetus. I want to go back into like they just went up there and the egg is just been fertilized, literally just been fertilized. There's no
mhm.
fetus yet. and and then they find out from the mother and the father they have some disease or whatever that passes on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, I'm saying what I'm saying is if you are aware that you put somebody else in harm and torture as if and they're going to die from it or they're going to be severely injured from it, that you are guilty, and the only thing that makes you change your mind or choose life or death is the balance of your understanding of good and evil.
So, okay, so can I reply to that? So, um, I don't think that. So, me personally, I have never trusted a doctor's word. If I hear a really bad verdict, I'm going to a second doctor and a third doctor. Like I'm not just trusting
That's
that third
fine.
doctor.
You go to all the doctors and all the doctors say the same thing. Everybody says the same thing. Even the priest is saying you're fucked up if you fucking do this shit. You know what I mean? Like this kid is going to be born in literally hell, and it's going to be hell the whole 5 years, and then they're going to die.
Hmm. So can I? So
Why
then,
would you? Why would you put that type of torture on somebody only because you think that life is a blessing? Because that's where I was getting is a blessing.
no, it's more
Just
than.
everybody. That's what the Christians say. Not you, but the
Yeah,
Christians say life is a blessing. When someone is born, it's a blessing.
it's more than that. It's that we have hope that what this said doctor or doctors is saying is incorrect because doctors have historically been wrong numerous times, whether or not you've been to multiple or not. They can all
I
agree. Huh?
I understand I understand. Yes, the doctor could be wrong, but I'm
Yes.
saying right now in this specific scenario, the doctor is not wrong
But so in the moment, how do you know that? Like, how do you know that the doctor is not wrong?
because you can look at your own history. Like say, I don't know what disease you'd have to throw in there. Like didn't what's his name had the guy who we were talking to? Didn't he go about having some kind of blood disease that was incurable or something?
I'm not sure. Which guy?
I don't know if you were around when we started talking about that. But okay, so anyways, my point is when you have an understanding of balance of good and evil, an understanding of evil and an understanding of good, it's easier for you to choose to make the decision of what is better for everyone as a whole instead of what is worse for everyone as a whole. You know what I
Mm,
mean? Like you're gonna choose what's better, right? But if what is better is actually not having the child, then how are you gonna say that the how are you gonna bring that to either a sin or evil?
uh, repeat your last question there.
So okay, so if you have a kid, right, and they're gonna die, and everybody knows it, it's a fact. Like we're not even going into question about the doctors or anything like that. Everybody
Hmm.
knows, and even God knows the kid's gonna die. Now it's up to you to make you and your wife or whoever you and your wife uh, uh, to make the decision whether that child lives or that child dies, or will the egg, will that egg will live to become a person, or will it die? Will it live to become a fetus, or will we get rid of it right now
Yeah.
before it's too late? Right? Wouldn't it make more of a mature and honest uh, decision for them to choose not to have the child, not to have it go and develop into a fetus, and then be born, and then have all these problems, and then die off within 5 years? And then it'd be heartbreaking for them. It'll be heartbreaking for everybody who got to know the child. And wouldn't it be better if the child just did not exist for everyone, rather than the child existing and being a hard turmoil on everyone?
Mm. So I think I guess I would point to the
Yeah. So
scriptures.
wouldn't
Well,
wouldn't wouldn't you be choosing if you chose life? Wouldn't that be evil?
no. And so prior to choosing life as well, I would say that a person who's going through that and like say like they know both God, both the doctors, both themselves, like literally that child will die within 5 years of existing. What they should do is do what Abraham did, which was prior to the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, was negotiate with God on whether or not that said thing should occur. Because yes, you
So you're
can
saying we should pray.
pray, yes, and I think that prayer actually does work for some people, and I don't think it works for everyone, but I do think it does work for some people. Like God does listen, and God will act out upon some people's prayers. Do I think He answers everyone's prayers? No, not all the time. But I think that if you are a certain person with a certain moral worth, He will.
Okay. So if say that they decide not to have the kid, right?
Hmm?
Are you calling them a murderer?
So you're saying if that said person has an abortion, are they a murderer?
No, it's not an abortion yet. I think abortion, the child has to be a fetus. Like this is like they breed, they fuck each other, whatever, and then they find out later, hey, we probably shouldn't have because we're not a good match and we won't create a good, a regular child for whatever reason because of their both of their whatever past, genetic, disabilities or whatever. Like basically, the doctor said you two should not be having kids. You know what I mean? Because you're not gonna produce a good human being. That human being's gonna die off. So basically, what I'm saying is, uh, when it comes down to tough decisions, an understanding of good and evil, when how do you can like you can't say this is murder and this is not when both of them are the same thing, but at the same time, this is murder for
Wait, hold
good
on.
and this
Why
is
are they the
murder
same
for
thing? Why are they both murder?
I'm sorry, like one's kill and one's murder, I guess. Which it was just the same thing to me.
Hmm. I think there is a difference, but I'm interested to hear why you think they're the same thing.
You want why I think murder and killing is the same thing? Okay.
Sure, if that's what you believe.
Well, yeah, I believe that. I believe that murder and killing people is the same thing. Murdering people and killing people. Like,
I
for
I
instance,
disagree.
I can do it. Like, for instance, me in Iraq. All right, so I was in Iraq. I got caught in a firefight. We called in artillery. I called in the artillery. Right. I
Hmm.
didn't know that the people in the like I there's insurgents in the building, right? But I didn't know that there
Wait,
was
can you
another
can you hold
family
that
in
thought
my.
for a second? I gotta use the bathroom. 1 second.
Okay. Break the lookout, break the lookout, break the lookout, break the lookout. What in the hell is this? Alright. How the fuck do I not have this? Um, yeah, it's definitely a difference. Like that's why I'm a Gnostic Saint, or I'm a Gnostic Satanist, and he's a Gnostic. There's gonna be a difference. There has to be because if we were the same, I would be a Gnostic and he would be a Gnostic, or he'd be a Gnostic Satanist and I would be a Gnostic Satanist, and we agree 100%. So man, but it's pretty cool, neat one. I rarely see Gnostics, bro. I don't know. I wonder if he reads the fucking Book of Enoch. It's so much easier to read, right? It takes like what, 2 hours to read the Book of Enoch? Maybe 4, I don't know, depending on how fast you read. And then it takes 64 fucking hours to read the whole Bible. Like, bro, I'm good. I only read that shit a couple times and I'm good. I ain't get caught. Where the fuck is it? Where? Hey man, where the fuck is my shit? All right. Ow. I'm gonna kill myself in my own room. Okay. Spoon. What's already in there? Yeah. Which is good.
All right, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. I got food in my mouth.
All right, I got a pizza preheating, so.
Well, yeah. So basic. What was I? Where was I? I was talking about morals. Damn. Oh yeah, killing. The difference between killing and murder.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, when I was in Iraq, I called in fire. Right. We called in artillery on a building. We were taking fire from. So I did not know. Nobody knew that there was another family or there was another house. Like it was a duplex. Nobody knew it was a duplex. We all thought it was one house. We didn't know it was a duplex. We did not know there was a whole entire family all under the bed, ducking, trying to, all the bullets and stuff. So when I called in fire, the artillery round came in, went through the building that the surgeons was in, and blew out the other side, which all the family members were in. The whole building collapsed. So when we go look for after we like hit a target, we have to go and look for confirm the deaths, right? And then we started finding parts of kids. There's I think it was like 2 women, 2 men, and like 4 kids, right? So to me, that is murder because I deliberately made the decision to go and do that, even though I did not know that they were there. I was intending on killing somebody else, and the collateral damage ended up killing more than I was supposed to. I intended on dropping that there, so therefore I murdered them.
So
now, I think you would call that killing them.
I would call it
Because
manslaughter.
I did not intentionally go after the pedestrian, the civilians. Right?
Yeah. So I think I would call it killing, but I would also call it manslaughter, not murder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man. Well, let's just use killing because it sticks with the whole 10 Commandments: "Thou shalt not kill," or
But
in
there are
your terms, "Thou shalt not murder."
there's certain I guess translations that say thou shalt not murder rather than thou shalt not kill, though.
But I didn't murder those. Civilians, or did I kill them?
Uh,
It's the same thing, right?
um, No, I don't think it's the same thing because your intent behind it is what's important. And I think even like the judicial system within the US recognizes that your
No,
intent matters. That's why there's a difference between murder and manslaughter.
yeah, but at the same time, do you think the Iraqi government would recognize that as murder or manslaughter or just an accident? You know what I mean?
What do
Is
you
it,
mean?
they're not going to look at it that way.
What do you mean?
I'm saying the Iraqi government, like the Iraqi government was still exist. I mean, so we went to war with Iraq, right? And we
Hmm.
took over their government, and that was part of our job was to train Iraqi police forces and train Iraqi special forces. So there was so there could be a government. But after we recreated the government, any accident that happens within the country, it gets documented and basically, if it's necessarily, they can take it to court. Now, my incident, like we they well they knew it was an accident because nobody knew that those people were in there.
Hmm.
However, like not just me, like I didn't really think anything of it because there was some more firefights later that day, so I was more concentrated. But like later, some of the other guys like were really down and upset about it because they just were like, we just killed some innocent, a whole entire innocent family, right?
Yeah.
So, uh, what is this like? That's like killing someone and murdering somebody is the same thing. You kill somebody, you went and it came from your hand, you killed them, right?
Hmm.
Murder somebody is usually has to do with like uh revenge or anger or jealousy or some other shit. You kill them not because of an accident or because you have to or their collateral damage. That's more of like personal, like you like personal vendetta,
No,
right? Am I right?
so you sound like you're trying to say that killing and murder is the same, where I disagree because if someone pulls a gun on me, like say like they draw a gun on me, and I pull my gun on them and then I shoot them and I kill them, I don't believe that that is murder. Murder is the unlawful killing. Um,
You
like
didn't kill them.
you said what?
You didn't kill them, but you killed them though, right?
Yeah, so like they pulled a gun on me, so I thought my life was in danger, and therefore I pulled my gun on them and I shot them, and they died.
Okay, so I see why you say okay. So now I'm all right. Now I'm seeing how you see the difference. So you think that killing someone is can be undeliberated by someone telling you to do it, or you following orders, or it being justified by something, and murder is unjustified. So killing
Yes,
someone can be justified, and murder
yes,
is not justified. Is that what you're saying?
yes. Killing can be
Okay.
justified, like say in this the case of self-defense that I just gave you. But I believe that murder is unjustified.
But neither like so then you're saying murder is evil and killing someone is not evil?
Yes. Yeah, killing someone is not evil. Depending on the certain circumstances. Like, if it's self-defense, like, let's be real, no one's gonna be like, oh yeah, you murdered him. Like, like say somebody
But
like,
look in the state of California. California, you can't kill somebody. If you kill somebody, you go to jail still. Even in self-defense. That's why I hate that state.
oh yeah, 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 yeah. Every state does that. No matter what, if you kill someone, you're going to jail for the night. Like, that's happening. You're going to end up in court, and you at minimum are going to jail for that night that you had decided to kill someone. But I'm saying there is a difference between killing and murder. Murder is the unjustified slash lawful killing of someone. Uh,
Okay.
m-
And in the Bible, that's why you think the Bible is misinterpreted when it says "Thou shalt not kill." You think it's "Thou shalt not murder"?
Yes, 100%. Yes, I believe that the Ten
Okay.
Commandments is "Thou shalt not murder."
Okay. So my question to you is, where is your balance when it comes to killing and murder? Which, like, what made you? I mean, you already told me. You told me that. Like, so you basically I'm not. I don't. Tell me if I'm wrong. Basically, you're saying that if a person kill somebody out of spite or revenge or a personal vendetta, then that is murder. That is a sin. But if a
Yes.
person is ordered to kill somebody or is accidentally killed somebody, or in third person, like the bullies that we were trying to talk about earlier, you could have stopped the bullies, but you didn't, and then the person killed themselves. You're saying that that is not a sin.
That's a tougher thing to answer, I'll admit.
Huh?
But I think that in that situation, God will be understanding. If that, I'm not saying that whether or not it's murder or it's killing or not, but I think God will be more understanding as opposed to someone with a personal vendetta or some sort of vengeance in their heart to kill someone or some sort of vendetta. If none of those things exist in your heart at the time of the killing of the said person, God is much more forgiving.
So basically, a lot of the Nazis would be in heaven then, as long as they
But
also accept Jesus in their heart, right?
uh um so are they asking for forgiveness for what they did and then not doing it anymore, or are they just asking for forgiveness for what they did and continuing to do it?
They asked for forgiveness right before their execution, so they're definitely not going to do it again.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't believe in the, oh yeah, I just ask for, well, okay. I also don't believe in the concept of eternal damnation that a normal Christian, because you're asking me like, is a Nazi gonna go to hell, like Christian interpretation of hell, where they go and they live in this eternal fire and they burn and they're tortured and stuff like that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that concept of hell.
I'm just saying is a Nazi that oh god damn, I sprayed some soap in here and it get my throat. Is a Nazi that is on death row or whatever, asked God for his forgiveness when he had um, a play in killing the Jews. He was
Hmm.
following orders, right?
Yeah,
And he went and killed them, even though if he enjoyed it or if he didn't, he's still following orders.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
even if he didn't have those orders, he wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? So is he is he a sinner in the eyes of God? And if he asks for forgiveness from God, is he still going to heaven?
I don't believe anyone is actually a sinner. I believe that is a lie taught by the church that we are all
Yeah,
sinners.
I keep on forgetting. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Um, I'm bringing you arguments that I bring to Christians. Sorry.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I am a Christian. I'm just not a normal Christian at all.
yeah. I got you, bro. I know what it feels like. I'm not normal either.
Yeah, we're all
but
weirdos.
yeah, but yeah, that would be my argument. And usually people would I like I don't I'm not gonna say I like doing that, but I always end up making people make themselves look bad.
Yeah.
Christians, like whenever they argue, like whenever I bring up slavery or whenever I bring up like sin and
Oh, hold up. Okay, hold on. I gotta put a pizza in the oven, but hold on the slavery part.
pizza. Man, I want a pizza now. I'm hungry. Shit. Man, I should have went and got a pizza list. Man, why didn't you? Doesn't try to save money. That's why. Right. Yeah, he's not a Christian, or he is a Christian. God damn. um, I don't see the likelihood of me debating an atheist or a Gnostic person. There's no reason. I don't know, because I can't. I can't. Yeah, that's true. I can't really argue with the same way I argue with a Christian. I can't do it. Uh, yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Okay. Then what is it that what is it I'm trying to get? I'm trying to understand his logic of what evil is and how his balance chooses between good and evil. But he doesn't accept parts of the Bible. So I can't use. Why do I keep on going to the Bible? Why do I keep on doing that shit? I can't be going to the Bible if you don't fucking take the Bible seriously all the time. So then you have to go after his moral code. But his moral code that's confusing. It's a little bit different than mine, but in a way, it's a
Okay,
lot.
okay, I'm back now.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try because I keep on coming at you like you're you know a Christian. You're a Gnostic. So I gotta just by asking you like trying to figure out like where you're coming from. So I think I'm going to have to like get to know you a little bit better to get a good understanding of um, how I would help you or how I would personally debate you or help you in a debate. Because like there's just like Christians are easy. Like Christians are easy, atheists are easy
Yeah,
because you already know what they're going to say. Like you, I don't know what the fuck you're gonna say. I have no
yeah.
idea.
I
So
mean,
I
yeah,
mean
yeah. A Gnostic Christian is not very normal. Like I am a rare breed. It's not. Um, well, so I mean, historically, the first ever Christians were Gnostic Christians.
we're not. I know. I know. That's when it was funny when everyone's like, you worship Satan, you're a devil worshiper. I was like, I said I was Gnostic, right? And they're like, oh yeah. It's like, you know what a Gnostic is? And I'm like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's a Christian, you idiot. It's
Yeah,
like, oh, but you don't believe in all that stuff. It's like, motherfucker, I didn't tell you anything of what I believe and what I don't believe. I never said anything. I know better.
so then, would you believe that Christ, like the person Jesus Christ, is a good role model to follow after, or no?
Ooh, no, I can't say
No.
that. No, no. That's where the satanic part comes in.
Okay.
I don't think he's a bad person. You know, I don't like hate Jesus. You know, I kind of feel bad for the guy. You know, I mean,
Mm,
his father put him on a cross because his father fucked up. Like, but or you can put it as in, oh, he is God and he put himself on the cross to unfuck himself from a mistake he made in the laws that he created for man when he first created us. Like it doesn't roll. It doesn't make sense, you know, or
mm,
logical sense. But at the same time, like Jesus himself, not the reason why Jesus exists, and not the reason why, well, not his purpose on this earth, but himself is not. I'm not saying that he's not a bad. He's a bad guy. I'm not saying he's. I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't be friends with him or anything. You know, what I mean, I wouldn't. In fact, I probably wouldn't even notice him if I went back in the day. I'd probably be just like the rest of the Jews. You know, like
yeah,
who the fuck is this guy? You know, but at the
yeah,
same time, like uh, the stuff that he taught, there's nothing necessarily wrong with it unless you have the ability to twist words into the way you want it to seem like. And like I think he should have made things a little bit more how do I say that? Assurable. What's another word for assurable? Um, is that even a
Uh,
word? Um,
Sureable. I mean, like, definite?
profane. Yeah, definite. There you go. Definite. Yeah, make the things that he said should have been like more definite, more made more sense. Like uh I like brownies instead of like these are brownies and they're good for you. Like, do you like them or do you not? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's on the uncertainty of the words that came out of his mouth. Like, for instance, when he said, "Slaves, obey your masters, even the cruel ones." Like,
Hmm.
that was just kind of like, well, why did you say that? You shouldn't you said just fucking run away and cut their heads off and run. You know what I mean? Or slaves should be illegal completely. There should have never been slaves. Sorry. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, me, I'm black, so I'm that I take seriously. But at the same time, I'm
Wait,
not that type of black person.
so he
Huh?
said even the bad ones?
Yeah, even the cruel ones, even the cruel ones. Slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones. That's the only thing he said about slavery. That little sentence. Like all the other stuff about slavery is all back in the Old Testament. Because I use that when Christians say, "Oh, that's the Old Testament." When Jesus came, he abolished all the rules from the Old Testament, and it's like, no, no, he didn't. He didn't. When he showed up, he didn't say he was going to change anything about the Old Testament. And then on top of that, he also said, "Slaves, obey your masters, even the cruel ones." And I can find that. I have to go out of my. I have to go on my phone, but yeah, like, and that was the one that kind of raised an eyebrow with me, and I was like, why would you say some shit like that? You know what I mean? Why would what where is that coming from? Like, what good
Hmm.
is going to come out of that other than you remaining alive and a slave? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think Jesus was a peacekeeper and a peacemaker, and you might have someone
Yeah,
who is a master who is a horrible human being, but I also think love triumphs over like hate and cruelty. So like by you continuing to show like I mean this sounds horrible, but
well,
like
I mean,
you
like, I'll go ahead and say like two things. All right, two things about slavery that I've noticed that one of them pisses me off, and the other one I have an understanding of just because it's a history. One, I am not mad about slavery. Okay, I'm not mad. I'm not sitting there and hating and wishing that none of that ever happened. I'm kind of glad it happened. I'm glad slavery happened. You know why? Say why.
why?
Go ahead, say why. Ask me why.
Well, I said why. Can you hear me?
Oh, no, I heard you now. Okay. Okay. The reason why is because I would have never existed if slavery never happened. So I'm glad I exist. I'm glad I'm in this world. Not that this world's not the best thing,
Hmm.
but at least it's something better than non-existence. And then, the other part that like pisses me off about slavery is uh, it's just there's nothing. It's a human being, dude. Like, it shouldn't be property. Like what made you think that just because my race, my skin, or that I'm the son of your enemy or whatever it is makes me property to you,
Hmm.
and then I'm supposed to be submissive and subservient to you despite of how you treat me? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Um.
Yeah, and then and that is basically it's saying you're supposed to treat your master like he's a god, and your master is not a god.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't explored too much in that specific
Yeah, I'm getting
scripture.
tired of you, bro.
Sorry, what?
I'm, I said I'm getting tired too.
Yeah, it's almost 1:30 a.m. for me here, but um,
Yeah, it's 2:30 here.
oh damn, lately.
Yeah, man, it's Haiti, bro. I'm in Haiti.
Uh, what was- um, yeah, I mean like JC, J Christ, like he be saying some things, and um, I think for the greater good, like obviously like a slave obeying a cruel master could in turn turn a cruel master's heart. Like I don't think that JC necessarily meant that um do it indefinitely, but maybe temporally.
That's fine. I can accept what you say because you already said that uh you don't believe the Bible verbatim like word for word. You think it's philosophical. So
Mm.
I can accept you saying that.
And like you could probably agree, like if a master is being very cruel to you and they're ordering you to do this, that, and the third, and there are certain cruel masters in which if you just obeyed them, they might feel like this said, whoever, the slave or
Well,
indentured servant, you know, in their heart, they'll realize that this person is good. Like they just want to help the person whom is asking them for help. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a servitude sort of relationship between the master and the servant, and the master and or the slave. Like it is a servitude relationship.
yeah, but you sound like you're saying it more like it serfs from a king. You know, like the slave owner could still sleep with your wife, have kids with your wife, sell your wife to another man, sell your children, your
Hmm.
property. You're not a human being.
Have you heard of the story of Gomer?
No.
The story of Gomer is basically a wife who's like super infidelist. She sleeps around and basically does her husband dirty and cheats on him, but God tells him to keep her. And they end up living like a holy and good life thereafter because I think it was Hosea. It was Hosea and Gomer. Like, yes, Gomer did these horrible, horrendous things within their relationship, but because Hosea listened to God and said, I'm gonna follow God's understanding rather than my own, I'm gonna basically stick it out with Gomer and
But
see what happens. He ends up living a really good life with Gomer, even though she cheated on him and did some horrible things with whole other dudes. Um, how do you feel about that? Have you heard that biblical story or no?
I have not. But oh, it's a biblical story. No.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's a biblical story. It's the story of Gomer and Hosea.
I knew the name sounded familiar, but I didn't want to, I'm not going to say yes, I know about the story when I don't really even recognize the other person's name. But I remember, I, no, I don't remember. I don't remember that story very well.
Yeah, basically she was like a prostitute before he met her, and they got married and stuff, and she continued down a path of hanging out with random dudes and sleeping with them. And God commanded Hosea to forgive her, continue his life with her, and they ended up living a happy life after, like a good, holy, happy life after.
This is in the Bible. It's not in the Gospels.
That's in the Bible. Yeah, not in like the Nag Hammadi. That's in the Bible. Bible. Let me find it for you.
Yeah, yeah. I want to read that. I want to read that. Just curious. I got a mouse in my house. Ugh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's a good read. It's definitely interesting. When I first heard it, I was like, we're supposed to give someone who cheats on
Yeah, let me find a pen real quick. Pen. Okay, got a pen. Alright. What's it called again?
you. Just search up story of Hosea and Gomer, Gomer, uh, and you'll
D-O-M?
find it.
Ho- Hosea
Yeah,
and Bowman. Okay, I'll check it out. Um, because I don't know. The only reason I'm kind of curious about it is because I'm curious about if that has anything to do with modern day feminism, uh, with the way how women are acting today, and you know how the girls are all running around, got guys like 100 guys in their DMs, and then they're dating you, and then if they once they get sick of you, they're just gonna go on to the next one or whatever.
yeah,
And then say like if that happened today and your girlfriend's cheating on you, you know she's cheating on you, you finally get rid of it, you finally get fed up with it, and then God, I guess, comes and tells you no, you should stay with her. Like in this day and age, if he did that, like I don't know how many guys would be like, yeah, sure, I'll stay with her even though she's cheating on me. I'm the laughing stock of the block, and I don't even know if the kid's gonna be mine when I do have one. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
and I
so
and I
I
think
want to read the story just to see what happened.
and I think the story is like conceptually, it's his wife cheated on him, but after for asking for forgiveness and Hosea talking to Hosea, she decided that she would no longer do so, and she never did afterwards. Like she never after she learned from it basically. She learned from her harlotry and uh and her I guess uh infidelism or infidelity or whatever. She learned from it
Infidelity.
and she never did it again.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna read the story. I wanna have my point of view, or I wanna read it from my own point of view, or
Yeah,
my
it's a
own
good
thoughts
story.
about it. It sounds like one. It's already sounding interesting. Oh, by the way, for whenever anybody listens to this, I'm a men's rights activist as well. So.
Oh, I'm also I mean I think men and women's rights are equitable at this point. I mean, at least in the US. I don't know about Haiti.
Uh, it's the same thing. Um, what do you mean equitable? I mean, do you want to go on about that right there? Because like I could go on a storm about that.
I
I
think
mean, look at
I
like it's unfair right now, and women have the everything, and men are like we're in the shit. We're we're one pushed over, and we're not good enough. Then we ain't worth shit. The woman is always going to have her value. She's always gonna. She has eggs. She's gonna be easier for her to find a man. She's gonna be beautiful. She has her beauty when she's young and she grows up. And when she hits like 30, then she starts getting ugly and old. But like men
yeah,
are the opposite. When we hit 30, we're gonna start like getting our profit and getting our money and getting our shit straight and getting our businesses up and getting well known and getting networked and all that other shit.
yeah.
Like, but that's not gonna happen when we're young.
I guess
Because
I'm saying we're equitable in terms of uh I guess what is the word I'm looking for? Not socially, but economically, like we can both find jobs at an equitable rate, but it's just that women look at certain jobs that men wouldn't look at. Um, but obviously socially, I think there is some inadequacies. Like, um, women are more likely to be believed when they are raped, or more likely to be believed that they have been physically abused. Like, there are some things socially that are unequal in terms of men as opposed to women.
Yeah. Women are actually more powerful than men when it comes to your social views. But yeah, you're right. When it comes to work and occupations, I say we're balanced. We're equal.
Yeah, it's just that they don't look at the same professions as men do. But I think overall they have a pretty equal chance as a man.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. That is, they keep on saying we're just as good as men, but you can't do the same jobs that men do.
Oh, 100%. And a
And
man can't do the same jobs that women do on average. Like nursing and that sort of field, like it's not as good. Men are not as good as it in that field in
real
general.
men are not good. You can get any gay, flamboyant male in there and do just as good as the women. I mean, but they're not going to have that effect on the males, like whenever they're taking care of the males, as the women have the effect on the males when they're taking care of. Like me, if I wake up and I've been shot like 3 times and I see a gay dude, I'm probably gonna punch him in his face.
Women
Like
are also
like it's not
better
what I
at
want to see when I wake up and I'm in pain.
w-
But
yeah,
like if I see a woman, I'm not gonna be able to punch her in the face because it's not there. You know what I mean?
yeah. Women are also better at being like counselors and psychiatrists because they're better at like understanding like a normal human emotion. There are definitely jobs that like women are good at, and there are definitely jobs that
Yeah,
men are good at. And I don't,
yeah.
and I think that there is deep like biological reasons for that.
Well, I mean, yeah. There's always been like I don't know why everybody's acting like, oh, women just started like working in 18 or whatever when they got their rights or whatever. But like no, like all throughout time, women have had jobs. Like I don't know
Hold
where
up,
this thing of a we aren't working, we just sit at home.
I gotta
But
take my pizza out of the oven 1 second.
uh, man, I want a pizza. It's making me hungry. What do I have to eat? Motherfucker. Nothing. I got nothing. I gotta wait till tomorrow. It is tomorrow. I got peanut butter and jelly. Yay. Pizza. I'm getting pizza tomorrow. Definitely. Fuck that. I'm too lazy. I'll just go buy it. Yeah. Yeah. There's some jobs that women just should not be fucking going into. Like women should not be trying to get in the infantry. Women should not be trying to get into the special forces. Women should not be trying to get into the police department. Like it's just no, you're not strong enough. You're not strong enough. You're not threatening enough. You don't scare shit.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Oh shit. What?
I said I'm back.
You surprised? Yeah, you surprised the fuck out of me.
Oh
I
my
know
god.
about broke my shit. So yeah, but yeah, like I remember we were talking about what was it? Oh, women. Like but yeah, my point was that women, like there's just there's jobs that they can do that both men and women can do, but there's just jobs that women should not be involved in at all. Not because they're not good at it, because they're just not um they're more of a liability than plausible uh, outcome is going to come out with their working there. Like for instance, police department, infantry in the military, um, search and rescue,
Yeah.
like there's just so many jobs that are just like for men, like working out on an oil rig. You know what I mean? Like working
Yeah.
trash, working all these things. Like they don't. These This is not a place for a fucking woman. I mean, she can come, but she's just gonna be more of a drag or a liability, more like the weakest link, like that little tiny dude that's like the 14-year-old boy would be a better worker than her at that job. You know what I mean? And then yeah, the women have the
I don't
same
know
thing.
about
They have
14-year-old boy, but I do agree with the sentiment of what you're saying. Like there are 100% jobs where men are much just overall better equipped at doing than women, and there are jobs where women are just much more equipped in doing rather than a man. Um, but
yeah, you're right. But that's not what these modern day females, this whole modern day
oh
feminist
yeah,
movement is saying.
oh no, I agree with you.
Yeah,
So wait, hold up. Are you Republican or Democrat then?
I'm neither. Fuck them both.
Okay. Are you independent or would you just
You can put me under independent.
okay?
What was who's the last person? What was the last uh Bernie Sanders? I think he was independent.
Yeah, he was originally independent, but he ran as a Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah, so like I'm not really into the whole, because both of them are screwing us. Like the Democrats have been screwing us for years with the whole Obamacare and the what do you call it, equal opportunity for jobs thing based on race and where you're from. Like
Yeah,
I kind of agree with Trump on that one, that you should just take it should be based on merit instead of race and where you're from, or your anything other specific than merit. And then
yeah,
but on the other side you got people like fucking Trump doing stupid shit, like throwing like people who belong in the country out the country, and then you turn around and saying, no, they're criminals. Like
mhm.
they're not criminals. So I'm not on either side, because they both suck.
I would say I am conservative, but I am not mega, if that makes sense. Like I'm not like Trumpy full floors. Like I preferred Vivek Ramaswamy over Trump, but I am conservative. Um, and I think that traditional values in the US is definitely lacking. Like, okay, I'm gonna be real. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not trying to be like any sort of way, but
Let me turn my volume up.
let's be real. Like African American values as opposed to first generation African, like say like somebody from Ghana, or like somebody from Liberia, or somebody from Nigeria. They still have a father and a mother in the household, and they don't have children out of wedlock. They are the epitome of traditional values when they first get here. But there seems to be something different with African American values here in the US. But like the African values themselves are good. But somebody who is born here as an African American male, something seems to change. And it seems like there is. Do you get what I'm saying? Like African values are good. They're traditional in a sense. Like they have a father and a mother in the household traditionally. Like an African, somebody coming from an African country has a father and mother in
Yeah,
the household. They have
yeah,
children within wedlock. Like they tend to be married and have children. They tend to value education. Um, you get what I'm saying? Like their first, like their children tend to go to college more often than someone who is of African American descent.
well, yeah, but then again, you gotta look at the competition too. I mean, there in Africa, there's no competition between other races, other than, unless you want to include South Africa and Egypt and the North
Mm.
African Arabs. But other than that, there's not really any competition against another race.
Mm.
When you see them go to school, you're like, oh look, they're going to school, but their competition are their own race, so you don't see the ones that are not going to school.
Oh
And
no,
then
I'm
it's
saying
the
the
same, but it's also the same thing. It's also the same thing as in the states. You have your poor Africans and you have your rich Africans, and now the difference might be that they're kind of even. In the
mm,
states, it's kind of unfair and already adjusted to the point where whites and Asians and well, yeah, just mostly whites and Asians kind of get the look at of what they're expecting to go to college, so
mm,
yeah, they're gonna be accepted, but at the same time, blacks have such a bad rep because of what they come out of. They come out of the ghetto or the hood, and they're not very educated because of they come from torn homes. They come from everything that Africa is not. So yeah, I can understand like why Africans from Africa seem a lot more in tune with modern day society to
yeah,
survive and thrive rather than the ones in the United States. But at the
yeah,
same time, the ones in the United States were persecuted and manipulated and brainwashed to stay subservient and stay in the area. Like when if you look at the times when we did, come out and start being progressive and
mm,
start business and everything, they bombed us. They what was that, Atlanta? It was either Atlanta or Phoenix, or it was two different times I think. They literally brought in World War II planes and dropped bombs on the village. Like it's not like I don't. I have to look it up exactly, but yeah, every single time that blacks come up, they get slapped down in the United States. It's like the only time we want you to come up is one, you're entertaining us, so play some basketball.
mm,
Two, you already have money, so you're worth it. You belong over here. You don't belong over there with those broke ass niggas. All right.
mm,
And three, that they just so happen to keep a full family together without having to deal with the societal norms of poverty breaking up the family, and you got food, you're on food stamps, so now
mm,
you're even less reliant on your husband. You got all
mm.
these extra things to help you with that. Like in the United States, they're trying to break up the families. They're not trying to put them
Oh
together.
yeah,
They want.
but that's regardless of white, black, or whatever. They're just doing that in general.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and I'm saying that that's part of what you're seeing. Like, yeah, it's not just blacks. It's everyone.
Yeah,
But everybody's noticing, hey, like the blacks are broken homes and blah 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 blah. Like, no, you're only looking at us because we've been in the fucking spotlight for the fucking last 200 years.
mm,
So, of course they're gonna look at us because first of all, there's not that many of us. Like whites outnumber us. What is it, like 5-1, something like
yeah.
that?
So it's close to that. Yeah,
Yeah. So it's easy to be like, oh, look at the few that fuck up all the fucking time, instead of looking at yourself and being, look, a goddamn trailer trash motherfucker, you embarrassing the fuck out of all of us.
yeah,
You call yourself white. You know what I mean? It's a little bit easier to look at the other one and say he's different and look at them rather than
yeah.
look at yourself in your own skin.
So,
So it's not that Africa is doing better. It's
mm,
just that Africa is coming out in a better situation, even though that they have dealt with colonial what is it, colonial racism for so long, and now you got places like Burkina Faso and South Africa breaking up and being like, fuck the Western fucking
yeah,
countries because we need to do better for our fucking selves. In fact, and the truth is, the most powerful country in the world is not the United States, and it's not the Europe, any country in Europe. It's a country that isn't even a country yet. But if they united in the United States of Africa, guess what? The whole world is fucked.
mm. So
Long shot.
do you know that the richest African Americans or the richest Africans in general? are the ones that exist within the United States, like the richest black people in general.
Are you talking about per capita?
I'm talking about by net worth.
Okay, well, yeah, but that's also kind of per capita too, because there's a lot more famous black people in the United States than there is famous black people
Yeah,
worldwide.
yeah. So what I'm saying is so in the US there is clearly a like a relatively good acceptance of African Americans within the US. But also the African Americans within the US are like very different from traditional normal African values. Like a traditional normal African value is okay, if you can go to school, go to school. Okay, if you're gonna have children, do it within wedlock. Okay, if you are going to what was the other thing I said? There's multiple traditional values, but it seems that Africans straight up from like Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, wherever, they seem to maintain those, but it seems to me like once they're in the US, something seems to happen in which I don't know if it's like an infectious cultural problem. I think it is. I think it's a cultural problem, and I hope that the communities within the African American community address it because I think otherwise, I think the liberal side, the Democrat side, tends to dance around the issue. Like they're just like, oh, but it's redlining. But redlining affected any race that was within those districts that were redlined. Like it didn't have to be, African American or whatever.
What's redlining? I don't know what that is.
Redlining was basically prior to like the concept of like a credit score. A bank would not give you a loan for like a house or like something else based
Oh,
upon your geographical location. That's
oh,
redlining.
okay, yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah. That's the concept of redlining is like you couldn't get a loan based upon your geographical location of where you live. Obviously now we have credit scores, so that doesn't necessarily work.
Yeah,
Um,
and then we have laws that say you can't sell, you can't just, what is it? They have laws where if you want to sell land, you can't say, I don't want to sell to this person because he's this race or some shit like that.
yeah, yeah, no, that's just fucking racist. If somebody says that, that's just fucking racist.
But
Um,
they still get mad. Trust me. I've had motherfuckers come up to me and be like, I don't agree with it. If I don't want to sell it to this motherfucker because he's a specific race, I shouldn't have to sell it to." It's like, yeah, that's fine. You
no.
don't have to sell it to that person if you don't want it, but you can't turn around and sell it. You know, you have to you
Oh,
can't turn around and sell it to the white person. Then you
oh,
got
I
to take it
think
off the fucking.
I think it's within their right to not sell it to that said person, but they can't go and say logically that it's not racist. Like I think legally, like yes, you cannot sell it to a black person if you choose not to, but you can't also say logically that it's not racist when it literally is. If you're saying you're not selling it to someone because they are black or African American, it's clearly racist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, well, I think what it is if you can't, if you don't, if I wanted to buy a property from you and you told me no, right? And then you say I wanted to buy that property from you for $10. And then so I go off and then you turn around and sell it to somebody else for $10. You can't do that because I had the $10 right there. You know what I mean? I think that's where what it is, something like that. That's my understanding of that. I don't even know what the name of the law is. I just know somebody brought that up to me a while ago. Started trying to justify, oh, I don't have to sell to a black person if I don't want to. It's
I
like,
mean,
okay,
yes, he's right, but like, if your reason for not selling it to a black person is because they're black, that's racist immediately.
yeah, but you can't turn around and then sell it to a white person then for the same price.
Oh yeah, that's fucking racist. Why wouldn't you just take the initial first offer first?
Exactly. Yeah. So Dude, like from my understanding, most of the fucking racial or most of the problems with the black community, um, worldwide is colonial racism. And they're like, well, there's not racism anymore. There, first of all, there is, and then second of
Mm,
all, that you get you can't 200 years of being suppressed doesn't just vanish. You know, when you okay, you guys are not oppressed anymore. Like no, no, no,
mm,
no, no. Like when in the United States when the slaves got released, they were just released. Get out. Bye. You know what I mean? We don't want to help you, find a place to live, learn teach your kids how to, like all the
mm.
civil things that you need to do to survive in, society. They just got let go.
Yeah.
So that's how they started. And then they got the Ku Klux Klan running around. They got racist bigotry going all over the government. It's acceptable. You got black bathrooms for black people and bathrooms for white people. You got schools for white. And yeah, over time, yeah, they got rid of all that stuff. But still, you
Well,
got
actually, they're bringing back black only graduations now. Did you hear about that?
that's fucked up. It
I
is.
agree.
I'm not. I don't agree with it. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck's doing that shit. That Black Lives
Harvard,
Matter can suck a dick. Like those motherfuckers have literally fucking took that shit and put it upside down.
yes.
I am not a Black Lives Matter fan. No.
Yeah.
And yes,
I
I'm black.
I'm from Minnesota, and I remember when George Floyd happened. Do you remember George Floyd?
Yeah, I was when that happened. I was in what was that? 2020?
Yeah, it was about that
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I remember that George Floyd.
I'm not even gonna
I
lie, originally watching the video, I definitely thought that, he was, a victim of actual racism originally. And then I watched the dash cam footage didn't come up for like a long time. It was like 2 years. Have you seen the dash cam footage? Or not the dash cam, but like the what's it called? The body cam footage? Body cam.
Yeah. No, I have not seen the body cam, but I don't think I might have, and I just didn't realize I was watching the body cam. But from what I saw, like technically, it was a negligence. It wasn't murder because he shouldn't have been sitting on his fucking neck. That's stupid.
Yes,
And then I'm
I agree with
sure he
you.
didn't intend to kill him.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I agree with you. But he got charged with murder, and his verdict ended up with murder, which I disagree with. It should have been manslaughter at most.
yeah, I'm agreeing with you there.
Yeah,
I
he
mean, in other words, there's a lot more worse situations that the cops have then done where they shot people unarmed and they got off
oh
better than
yeah,
this guy.
in Minnesota we had I don't understand why George Floyd was the poster child for BLM when he had prior like convictions and issues. When there was a person like Philando Castile who was literally gunned down in his car and he had a concealed carry permit and he told the officer that he had a gun in the car while having a concealed carry permit. And he
Yeah.
had no prior convictions and he worked at a school. Like he lived like a very moral life. Like no one could criticize his life decisions. But Philando Castile was not used. Look up Philando Castile. It's really sad actually. I don't understand why BLM didn't use him as the poster child. He would have made a lot more sense than George
Oh yeah.
Floyd.
Yeah. George Floyd. I read about. Yeah, he was on what was it, crack or meth or some shit. He was on drugs, and they probably had, like it could have been that could have been a white person. You know what I mean? If George Floyd was white, would they make it that big of a fucking situation? Probably not.
No. No.
Exactly.
They're not making that big of a deal.
Yeah, and that's why I couldn't stand it. I was like, "What the fuck are you fucking doing? Like trying to to make it all about us when it's really just about the police. It's not about blacks,
Yes.
whites, Hispanics. It's about the police."
police
You know, they
brutality,
need
not
more
about race.
training and training. Huh?
I said it's police brutality. It's not about race.
Yeah, yeah. And I was never. I don't think I ever was a Black Lives Matter fan or whatever you want to call it. Nah, I never like. Uh, I never saw them doing any good really,
Yeah.
except the saying Black Lives, Black Lives, Black Lives. Like, who the fuck are y'all to speak for me? Like, shut the fuck up.
Wait, don't you find it annoying? It's like always the white fucking bitch. Like it's some white bitch with blonde hair, blue eyes saying that she gives a fuck about black people like 9 times out of 10. Like it's
Yeah.
like it's like consistently it's always some white femme girl trying to
Hmm.
sit here and say that, oh, but they're oppressed and we need to
Yeah.
like it's very cringe.
Yeah. It's the
I
woke crowd. We're woke. Whatever the
yes.
fuck that means.
I
But yeah, I don't even know what that means. What's woke mean?
Woke is a virus in my opinion. It's not woke is technically asleep. They call it woke, but I think I call it. I think it's actually being asleep.
Yeah, you're not woke from anything. I don't even want to go there. That's just that shit. I can't. You know what I mean? I can't even go logical or reasonable or anything with that shit.
There's no
But
reason
yeah,
with them. It's all pure emotion and anger.
yeah, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to turn feelings into law, and that's
Yes,
not law. I should have the right to piss you off. I should have the right to say fuck you. I should have the right to fucking not be nice to you. You know what I mean? So what that your fucking feelings got hurt? Suck it up, or you're a punk ass bitch. Like I don't want. I'm not here to fucking cater to your feelings and make sure you have a fucking smile on your face every single time you walk out your door. I give two flying fucks. You don't do that for me. Why should I do that for you?
yeah, no. If I have to walk on eggshells to talk to you, I don't want to talk to
Exactly.
you.
Exactly. Exactly. Like not worth my fucking time. You can't take what I say, you know, like an adult and cry like a little 4 year old. Like get the fuck away from me.
Yeah,
Like that's the part. That's the one thing that I can't stand. I understand it, but at the same time, I can't stand it. Like when I see gay, well, I don't know if they're gay or not, but like grown ass men saying that they're fucking women and then trying to project their feelings on me as if I'm supposed to fucking care. Like I'm a man. You want to go to a woman and do that shit? That I can understand that. But you coming to me and asking me to feel for your feelings, like
yeah,
I'm gonna make you feel something real fucking quick, and you're not gonna like it. It's about to be two fucking fists in your fucking jaw. Because that's
yeah,
maybe that'll snap you back into your fucking reality or into this reality. I don't know where you are. You're in La La Land, flying around with ponies and fucking on rainbows and shit. Like I give two flying fucks about your fucking feelings.
yeah. And they get caught up real quick once you ask them what is the definition of a woman? Like, what is a woman?
Oh yeah, dude. I've seen a lot of that on the internet. Like
Uh,
that's just funny.
Have you
Like,
have you watched Matt Walsh's documentary on what is a woman?
no,
Ooh,
but
that's a good one. It's super funny because he just walks up and he talks to people
is
like
it
who
a
are like
podcast or is it
transgenderist.
like walking? Is it a podcast?
No, it's like an actual documentary. Um,
Oh, he's walking around in the street.
yeah, he like walks around in the street. He also like talks to different clinical psychologists. Oh, also, so you know how like gender dysphoria is a real thing, right?
Um, Gender dysphoria. You talk about the little kids that are confused if they're boys or girls.
So like in DSM-5, which is a part of the American Psychiatric Association's like medical journal, gender dysphoria is a real condition. Um, like, do you agree that it is a real condition?
Um, Gender dysphoria is it a is the condition is the definition of gender dysphoria a person who is confused whether they're a male or a female and uh, need what's the word, validation from others?
The concept of gender dysphoria within like DSM-5 is a person who does not identify with their assigned gender at birth. That is gender dysphoria.
Okay, no, I was wrong. I didn't know what that. I was well, yeah, I was kind of right. Like but yeah. See, when I heard gender dysphoria, I hear it when they're talking about the little kids, like little
Hmm.
kids running around. They don't know. They know a boy grows his hair long and wears a dress, and they call that gender dysphoria. That's what I am. When you say gender dysphoria, that's what
Yeah.
I associate with.
Okay, so great. So like obviously within the American Psychiatric Association, they identify gender dysphoria as a mental illness. Clearly, because it's in the American Psychiatric Association's medical journals, DSM-5, as to be a mental illness labeled as gender dysphoria. Great. That's awesome. Why does it stipulate now? It didn't always stipulate this, but now it says that for treatment, you can either do A, therapy, or gender transition. That seems really weird to me because it seems to me like we're enabling a mental illness. Because if, like, say, like a schizophrenic is diagnosed with schizophrenia, we don't sit there and tell them, oh, yeah, those shadows and those people you see at night, they're real. We don't tell them that. Instead, we.
Yeah. You picked the wrong word. You could have picked anything except schizo, because when you say schizo, I retaliate at the Christians and be like, "Yeah, you guys are schizo. Tell me I'm
Well,
wrong."
well, I get what you're saying. I'm not going down the religious route. I'm going down the just the agnostic or atheist route in terms because that's what most liberals are, and a lot of them are religious. But
Yeah, I got.
I mean,
I
you can say that I am a schizo um, in terms of like you can't necessarily talk to the same thing or know the same thing. I mean, you can, but you haven't talked to the same thing or witnessed the same thing that I've witnessed in my life, which is 100%
isn't
valid.
that what that's what I talked about to you earlier.
Hmm.
And then when we first started the conversation. But anyway, go ahead, keep on going.
What I was saying was basically like it's the first time within like modern psychiatric medical history in which we enable a mental illness as opposed to treat it. Like depression, we put the person through therapy or we give them certain drugs to take in order to deal with their depression. Same with schizophrenia. We offer them therapy or we offer them certain drugs to deal with their schizophrenia. But for some reason, when it comes to transgenderism, or rather gender dysphoria, when it comes to gender dysphoria, we decide we're going to medically transition someone, which would mean that we are basically enabling someone's delusion because it's a mental illness according to DSM-5.
Um, yeah, I understand that. Dude, like that shit's just all right. Gay men make me laugh, and the whole bi thing is just confusing to me. So I have I'm not gonna get mad at them. I'm not gonna act like I understand them. I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna be their friend. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna step, over there in that corner and put a do not enter sign if you're gay, please. I respect you. You respect me. You respect. I respect your peace. You respect my peace. If you try me, I guarantee you're gonna get some, but you don't want it.
Hmm.
Like because it's just I can't like me, I'm an aggressive male. I'm a very, very aggressive male. I like to fight. You know what I mean? I like to fight. I like to punch people. In fact, like usually after I fight somebody, we usually get along. I actually respect them twice as much.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
I have
But
experienced that same thing.
yeah, but when you got like somebody who's gay or who's acting like all feminine and everything, I can't you like my eyes see male, but my mind says you're not allowed to hit them because they think they're a female. It's confusing. This is like, Joe, I just rather just not, you know, I don't want to be your, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to, like, you're just too confusing because if you do come over here, we probably will get in a fight. And then on top of that, you're apparently not a male anymore, so I might get in trouble. I don't know. I'm so
Whoa,
confused on the thing.
well, wait a minute. There's a difference between gay, bi, and transgender. A gay person believes that they are a man, they're just attracted to other men, and a bi person will more than likely agree that they are a man or a woman and they're just attracted to a man or a woman. But the issue with honestly, liberals would get less flack if they didn't have the T in LGBTQ. Their problem is that they're trying to say that a woman is a man and a man is a woman. And that is the problem with the T in LGBTQ. I could care less about someone wanting to be gay or bisexual or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't care.
you be fucking you, but
Yes,
you cannot sit
that's your
here and tell
prerogative.
me that a man is a woman and a woman is a man. You cannot do that definitionally or scientifically, biologically. You cannot sit here and tell me that.
And don't teach it to my kid. Don't teach it to my kid. Don't fucking like that's the part that really ticked me off was when they said they're gonna make it mandatory in the schools that kids had gay classes and learning about bisexual sexual urges and shit. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like seriously? Like I understand like taking out cursive because nobody uses cursive anymore, but bringing this into the fucking shit, like bro, like I can imagine how uncomfortable I would have felt if I was sitting in a classroom and having to listen to how we have to accept gay people into our lives or whatever. I don't even know what the hell they teach them, dude. I don't want to know. This shit
Yeah,
scares the fuck out of me.
yeah.
You know what I mean? But at the same time, like whatever happened to be a man being a man, a brute man, and not even just the gay problem. You got like gays and that men with their feminine side and they're acting all feminine and they don't even fight. They just roll on the floor and scream like a girl and try to act as much as like a girl as they possibly can. Okay, that's so bizarre. I can under, but the other thing that I have a problem with is full grown men still walking around starting shit with people, and when they people start shit, like when they fuck around and find out, they pull a gun at them and act like they're the victim. It's like, bro, you started shit with that motherfucker and now he's got his hands out ready to fight, but you don't want to fight him because you're too afraid to get hit. You're too afraid to get a cut on your face. Like,
Hmm.
what is wrong with you? You gotta pull a gun out. Like, no, that you. Where was your dad? Your dad must have not been in the fucking picture. Like something happened because you
Hmm.
acting like a woman.
Yeah. And I think that, like, liberals would get a lot more votes if they dropped the T in LGBTQ. Um, they just need to, like, I mean, for me personally, I have no problem with, gay marriage. I think gay marriage is okay legally, like the legal concept of gay marriage. I also don't think teaching like homosexuality as a normalcy. is a good thing to be teaching to children. I like the same way you think. Like I don't think that that is a good thing to teach kids. Rather, I
No,
don't think we should be teaching them anything sexually. Like we should not be
no.
teaching them whether or not
At least
heterosexuality
until
is good,
at least
homosexuality is
until they're
good.
13. Yeah, at least until they're 13. Now they're teaching this stuff in freaking kindergarten, dude.
Yeah.
That's like what in the hell? That's like way, way, way unacceptable. 100%. And you think I want to have kids in the United States now? Like I think the United States is the only country that's doing this, other than probably like I think England's doing it too. But like I'd rather go to a different country where that's not acceptable at all and raise my
Yeah.
kid there.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, man. Like it's like, bro, like I love the US, I love the opportunities we got here, but like, bro, what the fuck we gotta
Yeah.
be so fucking crazy for no fucking reason for it? Like, can we just like be like normal? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense.
Um, I personally think it's because the whole United States has this broken home thing, where the father is not in the household, and not just for blacks, but for all the fucking races, and that's why you get so many shootouts. That's why you get these shootings going on in schools. That's why you get like gay men and gay women trying to compete in the same sport. Like, what is this? When did this become a thing?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the men and the women. You got girls that want to be Boy Scouts and boys that want to be Girl Scouts. Like, why? That's not what it was meant for. It wasn't meant to appease the boys or the ones who think they're boys. It's there for boys because, like, why is it? You know, I think they should just uh pull the plug, man. Pull the plug. Just stop that shit. Like just stop it. But Trump didn't do that shit. He's going after the fucking migrants first. You think the first thing he would go after would be that, but I think that he would have such a big drawback from trying to stop the LGBTQ whatever, uh, all those different things that they're trying to get with the whole legalization of having their own what is it, not their own sexuality
Hmm.
or whatever. Yeah, like that I think that he would have had such a blowback. I don't think he's gonna touch it. I don't think the next president's gonna touch it. I think it's gonna go on for like another 10 years or 20 years before anybody really wants to touch that because they're gonna get such a big blowback. However, I think the people that ran this the most aren't the gay men because we've always had gay men. It's been the modern day feminist movement who allowed gay LGBTQ to hitchhike off of them with BuzzFeed and all them, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just what's the word I'm looking for? Misogynist, misandryism,
Yep.
modern day misandryism.
Yeah, misandrous viewpoints and misandronism or whatever the fuck you want to call it is definitely a much more widely accepted than misogyny. And I think if you ask a feminist that, on average, they're gonna agree with you. Like misandry is completely okay right now.